and they are happy. They are also diversing us with the young generation. We are saying we don't want all these leaders. Our mothers are saying we can't do without them, so we need to have one voice so that we can work out on how to fix this nation together. So I really support that one. Unity is the key and a strong pole for us to survive or to conquer the bad governance. Okay. Farah, hi. Farah.
Hi, yeah, unanisikia?
Oh, salamu alaikum.
Salam mzima.
Ni mzima.
Okay, thank you. If you look at everything that's happening in the country, unachoka hata. Murangiri, tafadhali bro, mute mic yako kama unaweza.
Kwema.
Sawa, mute mic yako.
Napata kaka. Nakupata ndugu yangu.
Anyway,
ile kitu iko KOT. Wanipata? KOT.
Tunakusikia. Tunakusikia bro, endelea.
Sasa ile kitu iko
Tunakusikia bro, endelea, ongea.
Kuna kitu ile iko ile kitu mwasema IMF ndio inatumika kumanipulate our vote. Ndio ile kitu twataka tusikize na tujue mbona IMF kwani inatusumbua na nini kwa hii serikali yetu. Ruto ameingia kwa hii IMF na Ruto huingia kwa maneno ya kumanipulate maneno ya kura zetu. Mbona tusiingilie? Mbona tuongee maneno ya ujinga tukiwa wa Kenya? Let's not be manipulated by this IMF. Waliandika ile finance bill walileta kwa Wakenya na ikawa ni mbaya juu wanauza vitu zetu. So why not tusiongee hii maneno? KOT, mimi sitaongea maneno mingi, lakini nisikie tu, nitakuongeleza kesho.
Sawa, twende pale kwa Western natonga Western Shilam.
Endelea.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Western, just a minute. Farah was to talk, then Murangiri intervened. Please let Farah finish, then Western, kindly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Farah.
Anyway, Murangiri, umemaliza, tulia tafadhali.
Nimesikia ndugu yangu, lakini
Murangiri, just wait a minute, Farah to finish his statement, and you will interject in later, please. Farah.
This is the beauty of democracy. Anyways, I was saying, if you look at everything that's happening, you become lethargic because unachoka. Leo KBS bus imepita na watu. The other day kids were burnt. Jana wameuza airport. Leo wamesign deal na Adani tena ya energy. But one thing I've really loved about these spaces in particular is you meet people who rejuvenate your drive and the love you have for your country. Kwa sababu, yes, a lot of the people who came out were the younger generation, walikuwa watu rika yetu. Sisi ndo tulikuwa kwa streets 80 to 99%, but a few people of the older generation were there, and those who were not there, majority of them were supporting us in one way or the other, and a lot of them are still supporting us in different ways. Unajua, these battles cannot only be fought in the streets. They must also be fought in the courts. They must also, we need a lot of capacity building, and a lot of people are secretly and behind closed doors offering these services for free. So hiyo kusema Gen Z whatever, from today, Gen Z is an ideology and a mindset. Anybody who subscribes to the idea that we can have a better Kenya, that Kenya can belong to all of us, that iko siku Medicare and healthcare and education and all these things will be free, every one of you is a Gen Z. That was otherwise, what I wanted to say is, if you look, a lot of us have to divide attention yetu into very many different things. We need to choose a battle na tukufe nayo, because we cannot be divided too thin. That's literally what we are being divided. Mtu mwingine anasukuma huku mwingine, yes, but we support each and every one of them. Right now, I personally feel we have two very emotive things in this country: the Endarasha thing and the Adani scandals. Just as we rallied behind the reject finance bill, we must choose a battle regardless of race, age, religion, skin color, skin tone, texture of your hair. Bora wewe ni Mkenya. You know, the national anthem says Kenya istahili heshima. But if our sisi wenyewe hatujiheshimu enough to be people of integrity and dignity and be accountable and stand up for when it matters for our nation, then hakuna tofauti yetu sisi na hao wengine. We are just oppressors in waiting. And if you look at what the Adani deal entails, they are now in charge of the energy sector. They'll be in charge of the airports, and soon they'll also be in charge of the railway system. The next thing is the port. Then how are we sovereign? What is Adani offering? For instance, for the airport, it's 30% of 2 billion. If you translate it into terms of Kenyan money, it's around 78 billion Kenya shillings. Ni nini inatuzuia us from the Kenyan people in tendering the same offer? Give us the same offer, but we do not need a non-compete against Kenyan airports. You can develop the other airports, it's fine, but give us 50 years with the decreasing percentages over the years, so that after 50 years it is state-owned. But between these 50 years, let us invest in our airport. If you divide the 78 for layman's, kwa mtu wa kawaida, hii 78 billion tukigawia watu milioni 50, kila mtu anahitajika kutoa 1560. But tuseme haiwezekani, because we are not, it's impossible to divide it amongst everybody. Let's form a consortium. Let everybody buy shares. Wacha mimi niuze ngamia nilete pesa hapo. Let somebody else do their business alete pesa hapo. But we need to take ownership of our institutions. The moment yule mama mboga na mtu wa kawaida ataelewa kuwa naweza nikaweka pesa yangu kwa nchi yangu, na at the same time I'm not only getting money but my country is being developed, I swear nobody will ever take us back to kabila ile upuzi ya mtu wetu sijui na nitatenga it's impossible, because we are the investors. Kibaki aliuliza watu mnangoja nani awajengee nchi yenu? The Indians have developed India. The British have developed the UK. The Americans have developed America. Dubai 40 years ago was a desert, but the Arabs today, it is where everybody wants to go to for holiday and business. Why? Kwa sababu wao walichukua initiative ya kujenga nchi yao because they loved it enough, where you differentiate between what is personal and what is nationalistic, and every time what is national supersedes what is personal. Look at what happened recently in Senegal. The Senegalese people backed Ibrahim Afei with 1, 2, 3 francs. Mama Mboga, yule jamaa boda boda, people bought into him. Hii siasa ya hii mambo ya kutegemea watu wengine. Look at what even the Adani did, how dirty it is. The shift thing ni yao, healthcare iko pande yao. Leo akiamua kuzima stima, they can do whatever they want. If they take over the airport, let alone the Ndarasha thing, we will lose kids any day, every day. Itakuwa the norm. So all I'm trying to say is we have the resources. The only difference ni hatujakubali. Wewe uko na shilingi 100, mimi niko na 1,000, mwenzetu pale ako na 800. It is just pulling these resources together. We put it in a consortium, put in a bid, let us manage, expand, do everything that is needed. And then we hire a private company to run the airport. Adani predicts that by 2040, they'll be earning $1.2 billion annually. And our percentage as the Kenyan people is 76 million. Tuko na laana. Why don't we get the same deal? Let us be the investors. What is stopping us? Because kuongea ukweli, we can call for meetings every day to lalamike. Oh, kuna shida huku. Oh, but what ownership are we taking of this narrative? In 50, 100 years time to come, what will be said about what we did today? Airport ilikuwa inauzwa, walishindwa kuraise cents. In reality, amongst us, because if we have shares and you know that you'll be getting your dividends, I don't see what is stopping us. It is just our love for this nation is not deep enough to enter our pockets. Thank you. Wasn't I audible? Ama mimi ndo sisikike yoti?
You are audible. You are totally audible. Thanks. Actually, I was tweeting. Sorry for that. So I've had your contribution, like everyone has literally had it, and we adhere to every opinions we need to hear and see where or which we can implement. But they are highly appreciable. So thank you so much, and I want to give it to Sesco. Oh, Western. Where? Western. Guy Fafa. Western.
Thank you, Toria, for at least remembering me. Thank you so much.
Alafu, guys, wait a minute. Just take the shortest time as possible. You know, the moment we talk a lot of words, people tend to sleep. So kindly, you take 3 minutes, drop, come again. That way it will work better.
Okay, thanks, Toria. Toria, I want to address Redemptor. Redemptor talked about what I thought was controversial, that politicians, when they commit crime, they need a second chance. I'm not so sure whether that dispensation is extended to mere mortals, because the law has no buts, it has no ifs, it has no exemptions. The moment it does, then it's anarchy. Why would a politician accused of attempted murder be given a second chance before they serve their term, before they appear in court? And why should it be that when they appear in court, the court grants them this very bizarre option of settling the matter out of court. Since when, in any normal jurisdiction, was murder or an attempted murder an issue that could be settled out of court? Since when? So are we really into justice, or we concerned about who commits crime and who the victim is? So if you're a person of status, you're a person of money, you're a person of wealth, we can waiver the law. But if you're an unknown quantity, then the law must punish you so heavily. I think that position is counter-revolutionary, because the rule of law is a guardrail. It's like when you're driving along the road, that guardrail, it guards you. If you run through it, you're going to fall into an abyss. That's like the rule of law. Once you knock it off, you are pushing the society into anarchy. It's like a bulwark against anarchy, dictatorship, lawlessness. So I don't know, really honestly, it's counter-revolutionary for us to somehow give politicians free rein because they're important people. Then why are we hard on William Ruto? If we think that if some people commit crime, we can exempt them and tell them, go and talk to your victim. Can you build a house for them? How much money can you give them per month? Who gets that kind of dispensation? And for your information, murder, attempted murder, the complainant is the state. It's not the victim, it's the state. So you cannot say, no, I'm forgiving this person. Well, if they attempted to kill you. Now, what about the person who was killed? Does it mean they can't get justice because they're not there to speak for themselves in a court of law? No, it is incumbent upon the state to find justice for victims, especially of murder and attempted murder. The moment we start constructing sacred cows, this is a sacred cow, don't touch him, hands off, then we should not have a problem with the judge who is now complaining that his security has been withdrawn because of sentencing the acting Inspector General Police. Because the acting Inspector General Police is a big person, in quotes. They are above mere mortals, they are above the law. So when they commit a crime, well, it's up to them whether they should appear before court, whether they should go to jail. We can't have that kind of a society. Honestly, we can't. So if you're committed to a Kenya that works for everyone, irrespective of the money they have, irrespective of their titles, irrespective of their wealth, we must insist that the rule of law applies even-handedly, impartially. Otherwise, we're not doing any justice to ourselves. Honestly, it's imperative. I was disturbed that they require a second chance. Didmas Baraza and all sorts of people, a second chance. Well, then what about people, ordinary people who commit a crime? Are they told, go home and think about it, whether you can come to court or whether you can start serving your jail term? For those who subscribe to Christianity, even Moses, that God, had a special place for him. When he did not follow instructions, he did not make it to the promised land. David, special place before God. When he did not do as expected, he was punished. So why do we expect people who commit crime not to be punished? Because they are mheshimiwa, they are big people. I think we must perish that kind of a thought. It's counter-revolutionary. It's going to sink deeper our country into anarchy, chaos, and lawlessness. We cannot afford. We have enough of that now. We must push back. So I think it was a very problematic thing to say, and I felt it's imperative that I raise that. We can't be fighting for justice, for freedom, for the rule of law, for a government that is responsive to the interests and aspirations of the people of Kenya. And at the same time, we calibrate Kenyans into these are special people. These are ordinary people. These ones are honorable members of parliament. These are just, mere jobless young people. We can't have that kind of a society. A class-caste kind of system, no, we cannot afford it. Leave that to India, not here in Kenya. That's where there's a caste system. Thank you so much, Toria. Pleasure.
Okay, welcome. But I need to, I don't know if it's to correct you or say this. I think there is a point you made about the Masangal, that, okay, IG, that IG that he's above the law to some extent. I think in Kenya we are all ruled by one law, and that's our constitution. And not even the president himself is above the law. Everybody is below that law, and that's why we keep insisting that our constitution should be followed to the latter, because it's the one which is ruling us, and nobody is special. And when it comes to accountability matters or being held for judicial services or whatever, everybody is under the law. When we say they are above the law, it's kind of, we say they are above judicial matters, and they are the ones who are controlling the judiciary, and the judiciary should adhere to their demands or submissions, kind of things. No. That one, it's not actually correct literally, because everyone in this country is below the law, and the judiciary is one arm of government that should be left to stand and be guided on its own, to do its work on its own. I don't understand why even the government leaders or members, politicians are invading into trying to penetrate because of some petty issues, because they want the people who are siding with them to be favored when it comes to justice matters, when it comes to accountability issues. What's the work of it then if they are gonna listen to these people? So Masingeli should go ndani, akae hata 6 months ni kidogo bana. These niggas should be given years hapo ndani. So for that,
Toria, I think you didn't get me. I think you did not hear me, and I think the people on the platform did get me, I suppose. What I said is this. Let me come again. I said, if we can say, let's say Babu Owino, Didmus Barasa, or any politician accused of egregious, violation of the law, that they must be given a second chance before they are taken before an impartial court of law, prosecuted, and if found guilty, sentenced. Then, in the same breath, we should not have a problem with the acting inspector general of police for defying someone says to appear before the court, and for defying the sentence, and for intimidation against the judge who made the ruling. That's what I said. So if you come up with exemptions, buts and ifs regarding the rule of law, then you will not have a problem with these big people, so-called, when they break the law, because they're expected not to submit to the rule of law. The rule of law is only meant for mere mortals who don't hold big positions, don't have money, don't have wealth. That's what I meant. I did not say that he should not go to jail. I did not say that for him defying someone says to appear before court was desirable. In fact, I've condemned it. That's what I said. So you mischaracterized what I said.
Okay. Thank you for that submission. And I think as far as Masiangeli or whatever is concerned, also Didmus Baraza, I remember he hindered the EACC, whatever, court when they called him, and he ignored, not once, not twice. He should also be held accountable. I think our judicial arm, it's biased in a way, it's favoring some side in a way, because ebu sahi redempta iba kuku bana watakuchukua hadi shimo yenye utakuwa na utalala nyumbani hiyo siku. But some mere individuals are working free of charge, like, this Kenya is for few people. No, Kenya is for all of us, and we need to be fair. Like, for once, let's be fair. Let's push that thing of being fairness, enhancing fairness in our country, and justice, accountability. Yeah. So Baha, is your mic good?
Toria,
Yeah,
have
imerudi.
respect to your elders. You don't have to address Redemptor as Redemptor. Is your aunt, is your mom. Have respect to your elders. Anyway, but Prince.
Aki, I'm sorry. I never meant that. Like, I just used the name Guy KOT. I'm sorry, Redemptor. Okay, Sasa
My
nikuite
name was mentioned. I think
anti-redemptor.
I have a right to address after my name was mentioned in the by the previous speaker. So just give me, once the speakers have spoken, I'll.
Hebu niambie nafaa nikuite anti-redemptor ama, because KOT hapa
Hata jina sio shida. KOT kama umeniembrace kama auntie, Tori is still warming up to me. I'm just saying, because my name was mentioned, because I brought something controversial, I wanted to address it. So naona the real Joe is here to tell us about the vampires in State House. So wakishaongea, I'll come back and address why I brought that story up.
Okay, thank you, anti-redemptor. Baha, is your mic good now? Kijo, what?
Sure. Iko sawa, iko sawa.
KOT cheza kama wewe, guy, na muache kucheka. KOT, you just came out of nowhere. Oh, anyway, ni sawa tu. So, nitapea the real Joe. Sesco was here before. Sesco, pick it up.
Guys, can you hear me? Kama unanisikia nipe 100. So if you can hear me, give me 100, Victoria. So Victoria, nasikia kucheka ukituambia let us be fair and stuff. We are the wrong audience. If I kutuambia tuache kuwa fair. There are people who are not fair wako hapa. Another thing, you're saying the constitution, no one is above the constitution. Hizo ni stories za jaba. We all know these niggas are always above the constitution. So basically, sisi you are just educating us tukue more loyal to constitution. But either way, tunajua the people who are supposed to be told about this. I think sitaki kurant, it's too early to start ranting. But comrades, tumegoma bado, tuendi shule. So I think this is the best opportunity tunafaa tukuja na setup na strategy yenye tutafuata as young people tujue venye kuta happen. Because if you're waiting to 2027 don't tukuje tupigane na huyu jamaa man, tutakuja ku lose. These guys are political scientists. Mse ni mjanja sana. And there is no way atakuja kufail. 2027 hizi spaces zitaendelea tu. By the end of it all, he will accomplish Kenya nataka. History ya Dani whatever here. Any story ya private whatever. Ni investment zao na wama bazu big boys. We all know that. I think Kenya tunafaa kuwa tuna discuss hapa. It's venye tutatokea twende hiyo airport. Venye tutafanya, what you're going to do. Actually, if you're going to keep on ranting here saying this and this and this, these guys wanna celebrate tu huko wakisema wacha wapige kelele. We all know how this thing is going to end. Another thing is about unity. Mimi nashindwa wenye watu wanafanya vitu zao. Morara kwa peke yake, KOT, and then these other guys at Komondi hawa sijui nani. We don't have unity. Kila mtu anataka tu kufight on his own. If we continue that way, it's a weapon. When you're not united, man, it's a weapon for the enemy. Anajua venye sasa atawapata moja moja. I think that's for me. Victoria?
Yes. Okay, Sesco, thank you for your contribution. But actually, umesikia akisema the university students bado wanaendelea na fees must fall. Bana, hii serikali haitaki tupumue, kila pahali imefinya kufinya. So acha tusikie anti-redemptor for the respect of our elders, then tutaendelea. Real Joe atapick it from there. Real Joe, najua wewe unawakanga. So anti-redemptor, kindly.
Okay, thank you. I know I brought up something that is very controversial. I want to point out the reason why I do that is I've never met the Mheshimiwa Babu Owino. I've never met his victim, the DJ, but I know someone who knows him personally. I want to mention a few names. I want to talk about O.J. Simpson. It's a matter that we knew for sure. If you listen to all the submissions that he likely would kill that lady. He went on to have a long life of adventure and drama and bad things that he did. So eventually, even if the law does not catch up with you, life does. But there are situations in law where I don't believe in maslaha, which is what is practiced in Northeastern, and it's an injustice when it's defilement, it's rape, and people settle out of court. I don't believe. I do not have all the facts about what happened in this case. The only thing I would appeal to anybody who gets it's a very emotive subject, is have we ever considered the victim's point of view? What would have happened to the victim if he was not acquitted? I do not know what happened. There are 3 cases I can tell you for free because I did prison ministry in this country. There are 4 cases I can mention. One is a woman who went to the river, and when she came back, she found her husband with a lover. And she picked a piece of wood and hit her on the back of the head, and the woman died. When this woman was telling me her story in Langata Women, she said elders met and agreed that that was bad luck. It's called a mbanga, but the law prevailed over our traditional laws. Our traditional laws would have settled that matter and said this woman had no intention of hurting this woman that she found in her house in an afternoon doing things in the bedroom. So Western, I know about the laws of Kenya, but I'm just saying for this particular case, I do not like people to become very emotive until you've met the victim. The other case I would like to mention is a case of a woman who was walking, coincidentally, these cases are all from Kitui. She was walking and she was very hungry and she met a young boy carrying bread. I don't know if she asked for the bread. She grabbed it. The boy fell, broke his hand. The woman was charged with murder, attempted robbery, and is serving time in Langata. And that case I want to bring to your attention is a very controversial case. I do not approve for reparation justice. I do not know if that is what happened in the case of Babu Owino. What I know for a fact is that that victim lives a better life because of reparation justice. Again, I say I do not justify, I do not know what happened there. I do not approve of let us forgive someone because they are an MP. I am like, in the case of why are we putting this other guy and this one in the same sentence? What was involved? I had mention of drugs. I had all this. The other example I want to give you happened in Magarini in Kilifi County. A boy was walking with a friend from school and a vehicle passed, a private car, and one boy pushed the other boy. And it was too late. The vehicle had not truly passed, and that child was mashed by that car to death. I'm just saying I brought a very controversial subject. I wish I had not brought it up. I'll finish with the last example. There was a case that made headlines in this country of a man called Wambua. I'm going to mention his name because the case was very big. 10 million people watched that case of a man who had been accused of defilement or incest with his daughter. People were so angry. How could this woman have framed the husband? It was done by a very big media personality in this country in a very big media channel, and it took Kenyans, and people were so emotional. I always think, what is the other story? What is the other story that is not being told? The only journalist who had the courage to do the other side of this story was a young man who is battling with the mental health issues, Kimani Mbogwa. He is the only person who looked for that woman and interviewed her. I was the other person who looked for that woman and interviewed her. I talk to that woman frequently. And in my heart of hearts, I know Mr. Wambua was guilty. And it's just a matter of time before you offend again. So Western, I don't want us to go back and forth. I am not justifying reparation justice in this case. I know people personally at a very personal level who know the victim of this shooting, attempted murder. I know, and so I'm recusing myself from discussing it further. I'm just saying the law is not cast in stone. I am not excusing politicians who do commit murder. I do not know what happened in the Kilifi case, in the case of Aisha Juma. All those are murders. And the other one is an attempted murder. I do not want to cry more than the bereaved. I do not know why the judge made the ruling. I just said some of these cases are so emotive. We like to use them, we politicize them, we discuss them. It might help to listen to the other side of the story and say, why would you, what is your take about this person who got away with murder? I'm just saying. Mr. Wambua is out there. He was released because of the court of public opinion decided the medical records that were obtained from a very reputable medical institution were wrong. They decided the judge was wrong. They decided everything and people felt emotive. This girl, I will not tell you, that is a story I'll tell another day. So Western, please, do not, I mean, it's not an argument between me and you. Maybe I've made a mistake to bring that example here. I'm just saying the law is a nurse. The law is not cast in stone. I do not know all the circumstances of this case, except that man and that man wanajua waliongea nini. The parents, everybody. It's not allowed in Kenya. Does it happen? It happens. The last example I'll give you is every time we do a case of sexual assault in this country, when it's a 30-year-old man, like a case I've dealt with, who defiled his 13-year-old sister and she conceived, and I pursued that case. When it is that age bracket, it's black and white. This is an adult who defiled a child. But when you find a 16-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, that becomes a very complicated case. I'm leaving it there. Turudi kwa Ruto must go. Asanteni.
Thank you, Sana Anti-Redemptor. I really appreciate you made some good injections. Yeah. So, Western, I hope umesikia. We're not going back and forth between you and
Sorry.
No,
Gloria,
Aki
just
Western,
before I
please,
knock-
please, kindly.
Before I just
Please.
knock off, just one. Oh my.
Please, kindly.
Sorry, just
Hold it there. Hold it there. Relax. Acha auntie hata apumue. So,
Bana, pea Western nini, pea Western mic. Redemption kuna mambo anasema tuelewani. Mpatia Western tafadhali.
Sesco, just see you Tulia.
yeah. Thank you so much, KOT and Toria. Thank you, Toria. One, I will make an impassioned plea to my fellow countrymen and women on this platform. For the longest time, we've been a society that sides with perpetrators as opposed to victims. For the longest time. That's what the state does. And because the state does that, the rest of the society tends to believe that that's normal. So what is supposed to be a normalized, stigmatized, becomes normal. Well, I would just ask you a question, just mull over it. Why a person was earning a livelihood and is now dependent on people, why that person would be said is leading a better life? No, just think about that. It's leading a better life. Somebody who was earning a livelihood, who take care of themselves, now they're paraplegic, they're paralyzed, and they depend on how that could be even be described as a better life. It shows how callous we are as a society. Very callous. Look at Abduba, the person who ran for president in Kenya, I think twice or how many times. If this person had done what they tried to do in the US, I can put it to you. You are on this platform. Our judicial system would have first focused on his status as a former presidential candidate. In another jurisdiction, America, that when it's convenient, we cite them, we borrow from them, even the Constitution, but we leave the culture. We just want this paper. No, they couldn't care less about your status. You're accused of stalking a woman. You're accused of defying, restricting orders. You go to jail. And how many years? Not 6 months, not 2 years, well, almost a decade. No, so I'm saying, if we want to be a functioning society, let us not debate about things that in other societies that value human life would be clearly an open and closed case. It's an open and closed case. You've taken alcohol, you are behind the wheel, you run over people. That's manslaughter. You're gonna go to jail. And how many years? In many you can go to jail for as long as 20 years. For driving while you're drunk and you kill people. So here we say, no, but he was drunk, he didn't know what he was doing. Okay, you carry a gun around, you're a gun holder, there are rules and regulations on what to do with your gun. You don't follow those rules, you cause loss of life, you will go to jail. It is one of these platforms where I gave the example of a father in Georgia, US, as we speak now. Their son went to school with the father's gun and he killed 2 teachers, 2 students. As we speak now, that boy who is 14, it's not even an adult, 14, is facing life sentence without the option of parole. And the father The father is facing, almost 108 years in jail for carelessly handling a firearm, such that the boy had access to the firearm, went to school and killed people. So please, let us not trivialize human life. We've done that in Kenya for so long. Let us not debate about human life. When people have died, people almost killed, and then we start debating, we don't know the merits of the case. No, why don't we know the merits of the case? Because the judiciary has done what is called a travesty of justice. They have aborted justice. In which judicial system would an accused be given the option to go and talk to the victim and settle out, find out how you can settle this matter? In which judicial system? Tell me, would a victim of attempted murder be asked before a court of law to testify, and then the victim says no, they didn't see the accused shooting them? Okay, so if you don't see a person shooting you, does that mean you don't deserve justice? Is that evidence enough for a court to say now this person is not guilty because the victim did not see the accused pulling the trigger? Ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots, this fight is beyond William Ruto. This fight is for the soul of the Republic of Kenya. This fight is for the soul of the society called Kenya. And if we don't realize that, well, we're engaged in a futile exercise, because the people we fight against, we're ranked against, have no regard for human life. They have no regard for your property. They have no regard for your future. They have no regard for the future of your children. What they only care about is money, wealth, status, and power. We cannot place these people on a pedestal as our role models. They can't be our role models. So that's my caution. Without knowing the merits of this case, I'm saying for the longest time, we have victimized people that we are supposed to get justice.
Wind up, please. Wind up.
Yes, we're victimized people that we're supposed to stand with. We dare not entrench that culture of impunity. Thank you.
Okay, answer Dempta, nimeona umeinua mkono, mjibu dakika mbili, then from there turudi kwa Anguka na Ruto.
It's half a minute. Actually, there's no justification, there's no better life when you've been paralyzed. I know in the case I gave an example of O.J. Simpson, when he was acquitted, they still went and sued and they settled a civil case against it. There's no perfection in law anywhere in the world. Even that America, we have many cases I can give example. I am not justifying, I'm all for victims, I do victim advocacy. It's just that we mention this matter in a very casual way. Has anybody ever taken time to go and visit the DJ and ask him how his life is? I know someone who has. Because I had no access to him, I reached out to him. I do not justify attempted murder, but I'm just saying let's not use real life examples to give examples when we don't know the backstory. There's civil jail, there's the civil matters that are settled even in murder cases. Asante.
Haya, hiyo story tuachie hapo, twende kwa Religio. Turudi sasa kwa Anguka na Ruto. Religio, alafu kutoka wewe twende kwa Sesco.
Nakuja. Sawa. Okay. Okay. How are you guys? I can see it is.
We are good, bro.
It's a bit heated here. The issue of, anyway, I don't want to talk about it. So, hata point zangu zimesambaratika na hiyo discussion, but I will try and put them together. First of all, the main, I think I'll borrow some of the ideas from previous speakers who have spoken before. And the first thing I'm going to say is the main problem that we are facing as a country is not actually from the top. It is bottom up. Sorry to use that word, even though it gives people headache. It is bottom up. I think maybe Western has tried to insinuate the same. He has talked about the same. The problem starts from us, the society in us. I look back to our traditional ways of doing things, and I look at our African tradition, the African traditional society, how we used to punish wrongs, how we used to to deal with issues then in the African traditional way. And you look at that, it is supposed to, because the idea was, the Western culture was that the African ways of doing things were primitive somehow, I don't know. But if you look at it keenly, you find that we draw almost literally everything from the African, the fundamental African values. And they're shared across the board, whether be it whichever culture you're coming from, but the base is the same. What do I mean by this? In the African traditional society, the head of the home, who is the father, is the first leader, is the first political leader. I think at least from where I come from, I can say that. The head of the home, who is the father, is the first political leader of the home. And therefore, that leader runs the affairs of leadership from the home. Then it grows to the elders, like that, like that, like that. And you find most of the times, whenever there was some wrong, you'd say maybe there's some people who are misbehaving in the society, you'd trace that back to their family and look at their father and try to see how is their father. And elders would do that. The elder generation will tell you that so many times. They would try to find out, how is this family, these children are misbehaving. They are from which family? They are from family of so and so. How does their father behave? Then they try to analyze and say, oh, maybe they have not been taught well. And that is where I draw my first point. Like I said, the problem starts bottom up. How are we raised? How are we been doing things? In the recent past, we've grown up knowing that questioning authority is something that is wrong. And it is even wrong to question people in authority. And that's why some of the older generation, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, have still not come to terms with the new movement led by the younger generation. Like they're wondering, why are you questioning literally everything that the president is trying to do? For example, myself, when the president went to Germany, there are these groups that we have, family and things like that. So, in these family groups, I'm seeing some of the people circulating the links that right now there are opportunities that Kenyans will have. Like over 250,000 Kenyans will have opportunities to go and work in Germany. So these things are being spread around WhatsApp groups, the familia, and the things like that. So I asked one of my older uncles, so why are you spreading this and this? So we engage ourselves, and he's wondering, why am I trying to like, he's feeling like I'm trying to oppose this, yet it's a good thing, it's a new opportunity for people and things like that. He's wondering. But then today morning, we're having the same conversation, and I tell him, you remember what we were discussing yesterday? You now see what is happening today. Have you seen the dailies? It is now appearing that actually there's nothing like 250,000 Kenyans to go to Germany. That's the first thing. Germany did not say 250,000 Kenyans, number one. So they are clarifying that on their end. So the president lied. I don't know where he got the figures. He cooked them. He normally dreams figures for him. I don't know. He knows how to dream. He knows how to come up with figures. So he came up with a figure of 250,000. Germany has denied that. Even so, Germany said, we are going to allow skilled labor in Germany, but in turn, they are going to deport illegal immigrants. And that is a key point that people need to understand, that as they already have a problem there that has been cooking, and they want to return people. And in this deal that has now been officiated by the president himself, they're going to be deporting Kenyans back. So is that something that, so you see why we are arguing about literally everything? Yes, because we don't see any good in every decision that this person makes. So I find it very difficult sometimes trying to convince. I'm told the airport, do we need to develop an airport? someone even makes a very funny argument trying to compare Kenya to Rwanda. Don't ever do that. That's I'll just be very, very bad today and say, if you just try to think that way, you're stupid. Rwandan airport is owned by 60% owned by Qatar Airways. Qatar Airways is owned by Qatar. So Qatar government owns Rwandan airport. Who wants 60% of it? Who wants that? Nobody wants that. So what then do we want? We as a people, we want leadership that makes decision that is actually, and this is something that I saw in a previous space, we discussed in a previous space on yesterday actually. We want a leadership that is transformative, has a transformative agenda, okay? So why don't we always get a leadership that has transformative agenda? And this thing recurs every time, every now and again. Why don't we do this? If you look at our constitution, and this is something, this is an example I've given before. If you look at our constitution, each and every chapter from chapter 1, going from the preamble, going down, okay, all the chapters, for me, those chapters have been arranged in an hierarchy. And therefore, chapter 1 is the most important, then chapter 2, then chapter 3. If you come down like that, you come to chapter 6. The first thing the Constitution talks about leadership and integrity first. Then after chapter 6, it goes to now representation. But before we talk about representation, we must look at integrity of leadership. Before the Constitution goes, the drafters of the Constitution talked about representation. They first had to put an entire chapter of the Constitution to just address matters of integrity and leadership. It was not by chance they did that. Therefore, when we are now given a chance to select, to exercise our powers as the people, to select those who are supposed to represent us. And by the way, represent us. And if you read chapter 6, if you read article, I think 74, it says these are supposed to be leaders. And therefore, they do not have power to rule over the people. That is chapter 6, article 74. Go and read it. It gives leaders power to lead, not to rule over the people. So when we are given now the opportunity to select those who are going to represent us through an election, which is a democratic process, we must have gone through chapter 6. And that's why some people are raising issues. Like we've had concerns here and there, people saying, maybe we have Babu Owino, we have someone who is a young leader. Yes, there are people who have had reservations, and I've heard that from Western. Even me, I have reservations. Like this is someone who has been convicted for something, even if it is attempted. I mean, that is not integrity. That is not a leader for me. That is not my leader. We need to ensure that anytime we don't need to sympathize with the leaders because this person, now the other person is doing well. No, that is not the entire point. We miss it. When you just do that, that is the first mistake we do as a people. We ignore simple things. Just the simple things. That is the first mistake we do. Then when the person gets to that position of representation, they do not represent you as you require. Okay? Then if you look at the next chapter in the Constitution after representation, it goes to the legislature, then executive, then judiciary. That means the legislature is highly ranked than the executive. And even so, the Constitution gives the legislature more powers than even the executive. But we have been made to believe that the president is powerful. No, the parliament National Assembly has clearly stipulated in the Constitution, okay? Article 95, it gives the National Assembly the powers to review the conduct of the president, deputy president, and other state officers. Therefore, they have been given power. And why are they given these powers? And the drafters of the Constitution knew this. Why do they give these powers to the legislature? Because if we come back to the previous chapter, we have selected them to represent us. Okay? We have given them the power to represent us. Therefore, they represent us, and they're supposed to represent us in reviewing the conduct of the president, deputy president, and state officers. Do they do that? No. As soon as we elect them, as soon as we give them the power to represent us, they turn against us. They regroup and turn against us. But why do they even regroup in the first place? Because I go back to chapter 6. We missed the points. Leadership and integrity. Look at chapter 6, what it requires. It sets very, very high standards for leaders who are supposed to be leading Kenyans. It sets very high standards. And therefore, sometimes we let them skip some of these standards, and we let them know because he's Babu Owino, no, because he's who, because he's so and so, no, let's just allow them. Let's just allow them because no. Those points that we miss, that is where the rain starts beating us from. That is where the problem starts. Okay? So if you look at that hierarchy of the Constitution, it is not by chance that happened. It is not by chance that the legislature was given the power to oversee the president, to review the conduct of the president. And if the legislature was working in Kenya currently, the president should have gone home kitambo. He has literally contravened every chapter of this Constitution. In fact, he has contravened every chapter, and he is now contravening each and every article one by one now. He's done with all the chapters in general. Now he's doing it one by one, step by step, dragging our Constitution in mud. But who is to blame? We are saying Parliament is to blame. But who put the members of Parliament there? We were given the chance to select those who are supposed to represent us, but we gave the wrong people the opportunities. And that is why we have the problem. And I'm not going to continue blaming us, because we are now woke. And that's why this movement arose. We are now woke. And therefore, step by step, we are educating each other through these spaces, through any other forums. And as we continue educating each other, let us, moving forward, not have any sympathy to someone who is supposed to serve in public office. Let us become, for the first time, become very selfish with decision making when it comes to representation. Let us do that. Let us not care who we are, even if this person is not known as popular as who, but we know they meet all the requirements of chapter 6. Let's give them a chance. Any person who does not meet requirement of chapter 6, they will always have a problem. And integrity is a key issue. That is the key issue that we are suffering in our country. As I yield, the most, and one of the things that we are being treated to right now, and we have also some of previous speakers have talked about it. I'm seeing the judge security being withdrawn, things like that. It is so wrong, and we should not condone that. But the judiciary also should eat their skunk. In one way, they make rulings that do not really go well with the people. In the other way, they make rulings, then they cry foul. They should eat their skunk. Thank you very much.
Haya, huyu ni the real Joe. Nasikia vile amewaka moto. Twende kwa Sesco alafu tuje kwenye Ulamu. Naona amenyosha mkono hapo sana. Sesco, you can proceed.
Manisikia, give me 100 nione kama mnanisikia. So,
Yeah.
The real anaongea kitu na make very good sense. Napenda the real venye ana reason out. When we come to voting, I don't know what happens. Hii ufala ya kusema tutapea mtu wetu, it will always fuck us kabisa. Some of these people, they don't know even what you are talking about. Sijui chapter 6. Kuna wao my MPs, they don't care. They don't even know what is that chapter 6. I don't know what happens ikifika time ya voting. People goes there, mtu anaenda pale anaangalia, anaona majina, hata anaona acha nipee mtu wetu tu. Because either way, hata tukipea huyu ataenda tu kufanya mambo yake. So that's the selfish part of it. I think ndio inafaa tunaangalia. But what I'm more into, it's about venye these people who are not talking about this whole thing. Mi nashindwa, where do people get peace? Sai help imekuja venye imekuja ndo inafanya watu wasiende kwa street. I wonder services za help ni kama favor hawa watu wanatufanyianga. If you get a problem, even ya kuchange email yako kwa hiyo portal ya help, you must go to the lazima uende kwa offices zao huko Tower, Anniversary Towers. A very simple thing yenye unaweza ifanyia kwa simu yako. Wewe ukitaka kuchange email yako kwa simu, you can change right now. But ya help, a very small thing, lazima uende huko na upange line na mkue watu kama dhao, mpatiwe mpaka ticket numbers, ndio mngojeni. Yani inakuwa process nyingine hata it makes sense. We have a lot to deal with in this country. I wonder why people even have peace in this country. Vitu kama za Adani, huyu mtu hata ana adabu. If anaweza enda hadi aanze hiyo story after watu wanaomboleza mpaka saa hii watu wenye wamekufa, anapata audacity ya wapi kwenda kukaa chini kufikiria mambo ya airport, watu wakiwa na huzuni, watu wamekufa? This man is something else. What you're supposed to be doing now ni strategy tuko tunatafuta na tukue unity. That is one thing that I'm preaching about, so that 2027 ikifika ikue whatever we have been doing now imekuwa na fruit. Either way we will be talking here, but 27 ikikuja vitu zinaenda mrama. Prince.
Yes, nakusikia bro. Sesko, endelea, umemaliza? Haya, twende kwa Nyolamo. Nyolamo, tu.
Hey,
Proceed.
hey. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for giving me this golden chance. Look, I just wanted to piggyback on most of these speakers here. Everybody seems like it's saying the very right thing. I really concur with what the real said. The real really hit it. I couldn't agree with him more. Now just to piggyback on him, he talked on one thing here that we needed leaders with integrity. I do say we need leaders that has duty and integrity, because duty to me is doing the right thing even without being told. Now we have a bunch of fools in as MPs there that really go in there, and when you see them in the crowd, they are either dancing. It's nice to dance, but they dance, they show us the skills on how to dance. But when it goes into parliament, none of them even propose anything. Nothing. Nobody leaves that place with a legacy. Nobody even says, I pushed in this thing here, and now this bill is into action. Nobody. I have an MP who has never done anything. So, yes, duty and integrity really matters a lot. I like Babu Owino. I used to like Babu Owino, but what the real state there is tainted. Guys, any single time you want very good leadership, leadership, what is leadership to us? To me, I feel like leadership is having the skill to influence others to do the right thing or to do what is right without even following them. Basically, trying to influence people, to be in the right shape. Now, if I have a leader that can easily pull a weapon and kill somebody or shoot at somebody, let's say not killing, now, and goes through without even going through the normal law channel and being found guilty, then I think that is not a leader to me. That is somebody who is influencing me also to get into bad habits. See this? And also start doing this and creating a more chaotic environment. So when it comes to leadership, let's vet. Once you've been found with corruption, our laws should be, I'm sure, tailored well to stop those people that have been found with corruption not to be our leaders anymore, especially looking for the top office. Sorry to say, the guy we are fighting right now for all these years was found with so many allegations. He even went to The Hague. He even came back. He even was found with so many land cases, which were found not, acquired in a very unusual way. But just because he could say something small and people wanted that, he got elected. While technically the law should have stopped him from doing that, because all those things he was doing, well, he did them, but he never did them as the president. So he should have been blocked from even contesting. So as I hear many of these things coming up and all kind of these things here, they really cited the chapter 6. I urge each and everyone to be looking at these things here. When Mandamano started, Gen Zs were on the right track and Ruto was succumbing to all the pressures. Guess what happened? We were told that MPs that voted for the finance bill were going to be recalled, especially in the ODM side. None of them have been recalled. Instead, some of them even went back to, trying to get to bed with the corrupt government. So it was just kind of like to calm people down. It was a way to divide us, and they managed to divide us. And now that's where we are. So we are kind of like, oh, this and that, this and that, this and that. If you look at the current problem in the central area right now, everybody is now trying to be divided, that let's go to Kindiki. Kindiki was fired for incompetency and rehired for his incompetency. Now, Kindiki is being looked at to kick Rigathi, even though I don't like all of them, to kick Rigathi. And guess what? People are buying this. People are like, oh yeah, I see how people are arguing. Like, I think Kindiki is better, or I think Rigathi, even people that were supposed to be tribeless, I've seen them trying to take sides. These are all tactics to divide you, dilute your brains, dilute your vision right now for the 2027. And then before you know it, we are voting in people with immoral characters, people who are corrupt, people who are doing the same things that we are trying to fight for. And Kenya is not going anywhere. And by the way, we talk of our laws. Personally, I think Kenya has got no laws. Why do I say this? We inherited the laws from the British people. We should have tailored our laws, like Tory just abolished the laws and said, we are doing away with our constitution and we are going to write a new constitution. That befits the Kenyans. A constitution that is based on our practices, a constitution that is based on what we believe in. We are just doing the amendments of what the British people did at that time to put them into power and make us be slaves there. And that is what we are doing. And right now, you even go to the village, they still believe that a white man still has the best skills. A white man is still this and that. A white man is, because their laws really undermined anything black, but gave a lot of praises to anything white. And we keep on working on these things here. You see us running to the West, doing all these things. Anything we want to do to the government, we are running to the West. We need money to do this. We are, Adani's case here, it's just a few billions. How many billionaires in Kenya did you see the other day, even though they got them in a corrupt way? How many billionaires are existing in Kenya? Even Ruto himself, he could have taken that, given the air, whatever, JKIA, that loan, and then get the profits back, rather than now trying to give it to an Indian way, because you know why? They're investing through that Indian guy. So they are bringing in a foreigner to take it up, preparing for their retirement in future so that they get their residual from the Indian guy. So I think we need to nail this down like yesterday. These guys are going to put us in a ditch that we will never, ever. And you guys are very bright. You guys came up with an idea. It was almost there. But then everything just died. Why? Because of the division. They know how to play their politics, because we are based so much. We are so much buried into tribal. So much buried into ethnicity that once you bring it, then that's it. The low people, many of them now don't see any reason to even try this, because they just been given something very small, a minister. A minister's made a community just to be like, I'm not bothered. And this is not doing anything. The ministry thing is just helping Mbadi's pockets, Raila's pockets, Ida's pockets, nobody else. It's not bringing anything. But guess what? Just because that alone, it's a name. A name is not anything to bring on the table. Bring something that we can actually look at. What are you doing? You know? So I totally agree with all that has been said. What the real said, I think, is very, very practical. If we start looking at, even if it's your brother, and you know your brother is a murderous guy, don't elect that guy. Even if he's giving you money, he's helping you, don't elect that guy to be a leader. Just tell him, I love you as a brother, but if you're going to be a leader, that you're wrong somewhere here. You need to start pointing wrongs even to your own mom, the person you love most. Because if you love her most, then let her know where she's wrong at. But if you're letting her go wrong just because she's your mom, and no matter what, she's my mom, just tell her, Mom, I love you, but here you are wrong. I think then Kenya will start going somewhere very far. That's all I need to share now.
Umeongea fiti sana bro. Tuende kwa Hussein, alafu from there tuende kwa Hana. Hana amekaa muda mrefu sana hapa. Hana, naitwa Hana Nderitu. Hussein, you can proceed bro. Hussein, are you there? Okay, huyu ni kama amedrop. Hana. Hana Nderitu, are you there?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you very much. You know, we women, we are always multitask. We call it multitask. We think of so many things at the same time. And I've been listening to you guys since in the morning. I was there for another thing the other time. Yesterday, I've been always around. But I think now it's time where we stop complaining. Tumefika kikomo. Because yesterday I was talking to my dad, very old mzee, and he likes what we do. But the problem is, it's just consistent yenu ni nini mumefanya. Okay, I understand there are those who are doing civic education, and that is good. But we need a concrete project. As per now, the only concrete project we have is JKIA. We can do the other things. I'm not saying we cannot do the other things. But once we have launched a project with the airport, itaendelea. Kuna watu watakuwa wakifanya behind the scenes some other things. Yani tunapanua mabawa. For the moment, kuna mtu mmoja tu ndio ameongea juu ya hii story, ni Farah, about the consortium. And I don't know how far Farah has gone, and nobody has taken him serious. Actually, I think mahali amefika ni mahali the whistleblower alikuwa amefika. Yani anasema something, but we are not taking him serious, or we are taking him serious, but we do not know from where to start. So I think this thing has to be done. Consortium has to be put on. I've looked at the information. It's not that complicated. And we start chipping in. Once it is done, itakuwa very easy to save that JKIA issue. Hata tuseme tunaweka pesa yote na tuwapatie hao wase wenye already wako JKIA, they deal with the problem and they do themselves the whole thing. Ni pesa tu tunawapatia, let them do it. Hawezi iba kwa sababu kama ni kitu imewekwa kwa mchanga, kuna vile tutakuwa tukisema wanasema pesa inatolewa kwa sababu hii nani contractor huyu, hao ndio watachagua, watajua the right people at the right time, who are they to deal with. We just give them the money. We stop dealing with that bullshit ya Dani, because this thing is killing us. It's overtaking even our memory. Knowing that our airport is going to go to somebody who even themselves, the Indians who are in Kenya, the real Kenyan Indians, are not for the idea of it. So seriously, that one we can do it, and then huku kwingine tunaendelea na hizi mambo zingine. Another thing, I was like, okay, kila Sunday tunaendaga kanisa. Tuende tukakae chini na hao mapasta tuwaambie, listen, after every service wakati tunakaa chini tukule na nyinyi, we do what? You start teaching this what was the constitution, because they do not know the constitution. Ni nini wanafanya? Hawalipi kufanya kitu kingine. Pesa yetu napotea bure huko kwa kanisa wakifanya nini? Kujenga wall ndio tutakula. Every time tutakuwa tukiongezea watu waambie, now you go vote. Now you go vote. Now you go vote. We vote for who? You have not given us the right information. Give us the right information. The information is in the constitution. Watu wazee hawajui hiyo constitution yenye mmoja wetu hapa alikuwa anaongea very well about the hierarchy from we the people to the last person mwenye tutatakana kumweka kwanza huko chini akuwe ni the president. We do not care. But give us the information. Give those who do not have the chance the information, because they are taking the advantage. Our politicians, they're taking advantage to go and preach to talk to us in those churches. Yet at the end of the day, tumesikiliza maneno ya kanisa, okay, tumeombewa, tumejua the 10 commandment, okay, tumekulishwa roho yetu imejaa. Then mnyang'au mwingine wa politician anakuja simama pale mbele anatudanganya na ujinga yake, of which Masi imetoka kutuambia usidanganyane, lakini amesimama hapo. Kwa nini huyo pastor, huyo priest, huyo nani asijitolele hata kama ni 1 hour after the church and just kipengele moja anaongea juu yayo? All his war, hata kama ni exchange, wafanye exchange. Leo ni wa mama moja mwenye anajua hiyo understanding, asimame aseme mimi I'm going to talk about corruption kwa nini inasema hivi na hivi na hivi. Only kipengele moja, we tackle that thing inside the church where people are, so that ikazi ya KOT na Willy and the others, we can help them in that way, because KOT will not reach everybody, lakini kwa kanisa they will reach if they write to each and every one of them. We say ACK wameandikiana baada ya every mass, wakishatoka tunatoka tunaenda tunakula. We will have a lesson at the kuanzia saa 10 ama saa 11 ama saa 8 hadi saa 10, and this one is all about constitution. These people, we have to give them mandate to do something, because wako idle. The fact wako idle ndio wanaenda kusumbuliwa na mapolitician. Amen to that. Another thing nilikuwa nasema ni hao watu wa Ndudhi, I think hatujawafikia. Na kama vile hatujawafikia, I think most of them have the Twitter thing, but hawako very much into it, because maybe ni wakati wao ni wako kwa barabara nini. So what we do, if I'm not wrong, tununulia hao watu Bluetooth inaitwa Bluetooth what? Bluetooth speaker, na ikuwe na mmoja wao mwenye at least tunamweka anakuwa anashikanisha Bluetooth yake na speaker wakati wako kwa ile mlolongo ya kukaa mahali pamoja, yani pale parking, wanaweka Twitter, wanasikiza what we are saying. I think we will touch them more, because watakuwa wanasikiliza, Bluetooth itakuwa imewekwa imeshikanishwa na nini, mmoja akienda huyu mwingine au wengine wamebakia mpaka wasalie wakati watatoka. Yani ikuwe ni something yenye we are reaching, we are spreading our wings, but hiyo yenye tuna expect only one person atisalie kwa matatu, kwa basi, kwa train, kwa ndege, utaeta ushike wale wenye wanajua, lakini wale wenye hawajui, of which we are not supposed to touch them, we are not going to touch them. Another thing is nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu yayo ya Pastor Ndudhi consortium. Yes, kuna hiyo story ya corruption. Mimi I'm supporting, there is a letter that kuna lawyer na mimi tunang'ang'ana kutengeneza hiyo, itakuwa ni ya explain what it is about corruption, because I want people who are working, who are really doing something. Easy zenye tunaongea hapa ni mzuri, lakini each and every one of us has to do something. Jitolele, chukua kipengele moja, fanya nayo kazi. Mimi yangu nimeweka ni ya corruption. Mimi nimesema I will with some lawyers we will deal with it, and then tutafute a whole document, just one document, which will be very very well nicely done with law and everything. Kuna mtu mwenye ninajua mwenye ataipangia ya ku spread it with the help of KOT and the rest of which nitaongea na nyinyi very soon, don't worry. And then pia nataka graphics, mtu anajua graphics mwenye ataniongelesha, tutaongea na yeye, tutajua vile tutafanya. Tuende kwa hizi ma police stations tuweke this is a zero corrupt area, because I think the fact that tutakutana na watakuwa kiangalia, hata mwenye anaingia naiona anajua okay this is a zero corrupt area. So hata ule mwenye ako hapo ndani anajua okay nimewekewa hapa this is a zero corrupt area, and the document will be put in that place so that kama ile picha ya Ruto inaekelelewa pale juu, hiyo document itaekelelewa hapo, so that people can be aware of what they are doing, because they thinking giving and receiving bribe is just giving and receiving because unataka kuharakishwa. I want to be this thing to be put in all the governmental area, private practices area, so that watu wakiwa nayo even in their phones they will know there's a document yenye liniambia offering, promising, giving any gratification to any person for doing something for me or anyone in a matter of transaction is a criminality. Soliciting ina nini na agreeing to receive pia ni criminality. Kwa hivyo mimi ni mwenye ninatoa na mimi mwenye na ule mwenye ana receive is doing something wrong. So it's a criminal and it's offensive to the law, and when you are being ukishikwa unaweza condemniwa for more than 6 months in prison. So this has to be put inside the mind of people, and the person has to also have the documents in it, and that's why I'm also saying this thing has to be the wings have to be spread even in the church so that you can touch so many people at the same time. For me, I will leave it to that. I will talk about the German thing. Me siko German, but I will say one thing about the German issue. What the president did was not correct. Actually, ameharibia watu mambo mingi sana, because we are very much appreciated here. Because the number of people that are the number of Kenyans are in the European Union, they are not many. Those who are here, watu wanafanya job sana. Tunafanya job. So the thing that I was talking about is that document that he was given, it would angeipata online kama angekuwa ameongea na ambassador. I do not know why he had to spend so much time or so much money to go and cross the globe just to get that document. That document, apart from hiyo yenye namba walikuwa wamesema sijui 2500, it is not new. Everything there is the same old thing apart from that one, and hiyo ya kurudisha watu nyumbani, because sasa amesainia watu kurudishwa nyumbani. One thing you have to know, the embassies, they do not have lawyers. So and another thing is those people who are going to come, they're going to come for a period of a maximum day number, 2 years or something. Once those time imeisha, hiyo document inasema unarudishwa nyumbani. So wale wenye wanafikiria kukuja because of that, they have to know they are coming for a period of 1 year. If you're a student, 2 years maxi, and those who are coming for work, 2 years to 3 years maximum, and then you are being taken back home. Lazima urudishwe because Monene amesign sasa, lazima utarudishwa ukikosa time yako ikiisha, ama tunaambiwa in advance ile time unarudishwa na unaambiwa ununue tikiti haraka. So lawyers, they were supposed to be, I think lawyers, they are supposed to be in those embassies so that they can give these people, the Kenyans who are in diaspora, the reasons as to how the law here works. But now there are no lawyers. Ndio maana unaona people cannot go to embassies for refuge or for any help. So me, I'm still also going to still advocate for that. lawyers have to be put in the embassies for all the reasons possible. Vitu mingi sana zina change in this world. Not all of us are in very good in good situation. When you are Arabia, they need lawyers. When you are Qatar, they need lawyers. I think it's very ignorant to think that those people that are going to be helped by those people who are there because of just roho safi. Roho safi inafikaga tunasaidiwago ndio, but inakuaga na limit. Kila mtu anachokaga. Ndio niliona kuna Mkenya anasema ati people in Europe wenye Wakenya wako huku nini majuu hawapendi kusumbuliwa. No, it's because tunaweza wasaidia but to a certain point. Mahali roho yetu, hata si roho, mahali mfuko yetu imeisha na mahali understanding yetu haifiki, we cannot do. So you feel like nimeenda mahali ni Wakenya wenzangu hawakunisaidia. No, it's not because of that. Ni kwa sababu hata sisi tunaweza jipata tunakusaidia and therefore tunajipata pia sisi tumejiweka kwa situation mbaya. So that's why I'm saying the lawyers have to be there, and if there is a possibility of huyo Roslyn Njogu kufanya that, it would be nice. But anyway, hiyo ni Kenya na Kenya ni yetu, and kila mtu lazima respect Kenya. Amen to that, and I leave it to that. Thank you very much.
Wow, asante sana Hana. Twende kwa KD, alafu turudi kwa who is this? Andrew. Andrew amesubiri sana. Kati ya Wanyama, hebu nisaidia hapo kati ya the Duke, KD na Andrew, nani alikuwa mbele? Hebu nisaidia hapo.
Just let them go before me. I'll come back like in 5 minutes, please. I'm not in a good place at the moment.
Basi tuanze na the Duke, tumenyosha mkono, and then from there tuende kwa Andrew, then KD. The Duke, you have the mic.
Asante sana Prince na Wanyama and Kotsonko. Mimi nafurahi sana the way you guys are hosting these spaces to emancipate us on what is happening in our country and what we can do, what are the possibilities currently to try and get us out of this place. I would want to start with something from chapter 1 of the Constitution, where it says all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. Only in accordance with this Constitution. And then quickly to chapter 6, that is Article 73. It says authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust. That's what I would like to underline. Public trust, only exercised in a manner that is consistent, obviously, with the Constitution, and then demonstrates respect for the people. Respect for the people. From chapter 1, from the sovereign person, again, here we come and find that the power exercised by William Ruto, by Kindiki, and every other person in this government is donated power that is only there to please the sovereign. It is these fellas are there to respect us, but see, they are not doing that. And someone already mentioned that they are not supposed to rule. That again is in this Constitution, chapter 6, that They are only to act on our behalf. It's a social contract that we entered into with these people. So there's nothing. So for example, talk about the opposition. The opposition currently is unavailable. And this is an open secret. A few weeks ago, or say a month ago, we had people talking and talking and talking and talking against the government. But today, even the fellows who just joined government are its strongest supporters. Today, I was listening to Opio and I defending Adani and saying that Adani has got easy vifaa za stima and power generation that is much more than Kenya's capacity, Uganda's capacity, Tanzania's capacity combined. And so he's saying they are good people. We need to give them a chance. So in other words, there is zero opposition except you and I, who are looking from the outside. But again, it's not a guarantee. There's no guarantee that you and I, given an opportunity to enter that government, that we shall refuse, or we shall enter and do the right thing. I mean, right now, everyone in our country is trying to look for the next client to steal from. Everyone is trying to con someone. It's just opportunity that is lacking. So, but the few of us who could maybe have the guts to do the right thing, please do not stop. Do not stop, because everyone else is a thief. And if you join, we will not even have a minority. I mean the minority good. Something that I wanted to ask us, there's this issue of Adani and the CS refusing to hand over documents or to disclose documents. I wonder, I don't know what chapter 12, which is public finance, it talks about public finance, those things of procurement and what have you. I don't know what it says about public procurement. This is my thought. What is the role of NDAs, those non-disclosure agreements, when procuring in the public space? Why? Because this thing, the airport belongs to all Kenyans. Why should someone enter into a contract and hide the details from Kenyans? Is it a private property? Is it? So what this teaches us is that these politicians, both from the government and the opposition, are just cousins, united at the hip to steal from Kenyans and, protect each other. Protect each other like blood brothers. So mtu amesema, hata kama ni relative yako umemwona ako on the wrong side of what he's supposed to be, you're not supposed to fear them. Hata kama ni babako, sister yako, nani, mwambie this is not how things are done. Because at the end of the day, it's the good that will count. Niyo kidogo tu, that grain of hope, a grain of a good thing. That's what we shall rejoice and maybe, urge one another to follow. Alafu hii kitu ya Kindiki na Rigathi, I think it's something that is manufactured to divide and divert our attention, so that we start now debating between who and who is good, who is a lesser evil. You remember during elections, the debate was never about issues, because essentially these guys had copied manifestos from each other. So it was very difficult to tell who is telling the truth. So what people went for ilikuwa tu, huyu ni mwizi lakini anakula na sisi, huyu ni mwizi lakini is a lesser evil, huyu sijui ni nini. So at the end of the day, the whole debate, the whole conversation about good leadership and good governance is lost. So hata hii mambo ya hawa vijana, sorry, hawa Kindiki and Rigiji, ni kitu tu ika hapo. Today I saw them, having tete-a-tete. So there's nothing going on. And then lastly, I see churches have fallen back to their, wameanza ku-entertain politicians. They've started entertaining politicians. I don't know why. At the heat of the Gen Z demonstrations, most of them tore the line. But today, I'm sorry, guys, we are back to square one as far as churches and maybe integrity is concerned. Thank you so much.
Prince, you're speaking? Toria, is Prince speaking too, guys? Okay, let me just sort out this issue. Can I have Free Mind 254?
Hello, guys. I hope you guys had a good day.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and keep on doing the spaces. Keep on educating each other. That's a good thing. It's a good move. From my side, I would like to talk about whatever happened during the weekend when Ruto was in Germany. So basically, what happened is Ruto always uses diversion tactics. So this guy, when he went to Germany, actually what he went to sign is the pact that people are supposed to be deported from Germany back to Kenya. So that is the most important thing that he went there for. And I believe he was paid for it, because as everyone knows, we have a very big problem with immigrants in Europe right now. And they are looking to send people out of their countries. So there is no way they will tolerate 250,000. That is not even mathematically, it does not make sense, because how do you send like a whole Lamu province to another country? Who will accept that? Nobody will accept that. That one can change even how things are done in a country. Because you imagine if Adani would come to Kenya and bring to Kenya 250,000 Indians, or Chinese would come to Kenya and bring a workforce of 250,000. That's a very big number. Actually, the biggest number that we have of Kenyans in abroad is USA. And the USA, basically, they have like 150,000. Yeah, for the longest time, we have 150,000 Kenyans in USA. And you imagine the size of USA. It's very big. So saying you will take 250,000 Kenyans to Germany does not even make sense to somebody who will sit down and just think about it. So that was a lie from the word go. And the number has been changing. Since the chancellor was in Kenya last year, he said 250,000 people from different countries. But Ruto changed that to 250,000 Kenyans, which is mathematically impossible for a country to accept 250,000 people in their country. So anyway, I believe whatever Ruto went to Germany to do is to sign that agreement where they need to deport Kenyans from Germany. And mind you, it's only Kenya that has signed such a deal. There is no any other country in Africa that has gone to sign such a deal. So I believe that is what Ruto went to sign, and I am very sure he got something out of it. That is, Ruto will do anything to benefit personally. There is no way Ruto will go into a deal that will benefit others or Kenyans and not benefit himself. So what Ruto is doing is just hiding whatever he went to do by just giving you a good number, so that he knows Kenyans are always excited with numbers. So every single time you hear Ruto talk, he will talk and give out numbers. He knows people will be very happy. He talks about giving jobs in I don't know, this affordable housing. He will flout numbers. He will say we have given jobs to. If you interrogate those numbers, you will tell it's not factual. So he lies a lot, and he uses diversionary tactics. Right now, whatever diversionary tactics he's using in Kenya is that he wants to divide people, and that is only how he will be able to rule. Because if people come together, he will lose his power. So he gets power through division of people. So right now he's trying to divide Mount Kenya people, and that is a diversionary tactic. This guy Gigi and this other guy called Kindiki, those are just friends, political cousins, and they are just politicians like any other. So let us look out for these tactics that they are using. Let us not get into their traps, because those are traps that they are setting us. They are setting us up for us. So let us be focused in whatever we are doing. Let's keep our eyes on the prize. So that way we will be able to move forward. That way we will be able to push our agenda. That way we will push them out of office, all of them, because they are all rotten. All of them, they are rotten. So I wish and I hope that the next election we will manage to push like 90 or 90 or 100% of all politicians who are holding office right now, so that we can do an overhaul of the whole government and start a new thing. And I believe if we do that, we'll have to jail a lot of these politicians once they get out of office. Anyway, that's my take tonight, and thanks for the time, and enjoy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Free Mind, and yeah. So Can I have Nyolamo?
Oh, I was to go next.
Okay.
So
okay.
Thank you very much, KOT, and everyone who is able to contribute in this forum. Me, I'm a realistic person. Mimi ni mtu ambaye huwa na gonga ndipo, sipendi kuenda kona kona. Maoni yangu kwanza kabisa ni Wakenya tunajua shida ambayo inatukumba. Sisi wenyewe tunajua shida ambayo inatukumba, lakini tunajaribu kutafuta vijisababu kwenda huku, kuenda kona kona, uende huku. Lakini we know the problem that is ailing this country. Problem ambayo ina ail this country is the big man himself. Pale juu. Hiyo ndio problem, main problem ambayo ina ail wa Kenya. Na tutakubaliana wale ambao tumezaliwa huku ushago. Ukiangalia zile maboma ambazo mababa wa hizo maboma ni mapyuni. Andrew Kiba anaitanga mapyuni. Wale ambao hawa take responsibility za familia zao. Unapata kwamba hizo maboma zimechanganyikiwa. Watu wanafanya tu vituko zao, watoto ni walevi, mama pia anafanya vituko zake. Leadership mzuri ya nchi ama familia inaanzia kwa baba. Baba akiwa ajiwezi, watoto pia watafanya vituko. Nchi kama president ajiwezi anafanya vituko, watoto obvious, ama wananchi obvious watafanya vituko. Watakuwa wezi juu wanajua pale juu baba ana support ama ajali. Unaona? So nchi ya Kenya tuko na shida, na shida ni president. President ndio ako na shida. Jameni. So mimi na kitu ambayo nataka kuambia KOT na wote ambao wanaorganize hizi forums. Tafadhali sasa tubadilishe gear jameni. Tubadilishe gear, tuanze kuchukua actions. Tukue na strategy. Tutarant hapa sijui Ruto must go sijui nini, tutaongea hapa sijui Adani, tutafanya nini. At the end of the day, huyu jamaa atakuja na strategy ya kuangusha, kushika watu kadhaa, kufanya nini. Na mimi napenda kupatiana example. Watu ambao tumekulia ushago. Kuna zile ndogo ndogo zenye zinaumanga huku chini buttocks. For example, ukiwa watoto umekaa chini mnakula pale, umezunguka ugali, alafu hii kitu inakuja inakuuma. Ndio itakuaffect, lakini haitakuaffect sana. Unaweza amua kuikanyaga uiwe ama uichukue utupe nje, haitakuaffect sana. Wewe utaendelea na shughuli. Hizo ndio vitu zinafanyika saa hii Kenya. Hizi vitu tunajaribu kufanya sijui nani afanye nini, sijui nani afanye nini. Nataka kufanya haitasaidia. Kitu yenye iko ni Wakenya tushikane, tutafute solution vile tutatoa huyu jamaa tuweke jamaa mwingine. Nchi ya Kenya saa iko kama vile Amerika imekuwa juzi kwa presidency ya Trump. Trump wakati wake pia Amerika ilikuwa na shida. Kitu wa Amerika walifanya ni walishikana, wakaungana, wakang'oa huyu jamaa. Hawakujali kama ameenda one term, waling'oa yeye, wakaweka Biden. Na Amerika iko sawa. Wenye kulia watalia tu, lakini Amerika iko sawa for now. Unaona? So, nchi ya Kenya saa hii iko ndani ya darkness. Na darkness inatokana na ule mkubwa ambaye ako pale juu. Mking'ang'ana mng'oe huyo jamaa, basi sasa mtakuwa mmetengeneza maneno. Lakini hizi vituko mingi, sijui kuongea hapa, kurant hapa, sijui Adani, huyo jamaa anaweza amua hiyo kitu na assign hiyo macontract huko chini ya maji. Na siende na control media, ambie media nyinyi mkijaribu hii hatutawapea hizi matenda, hatutafanya nini. Tutafanya nini kama Wakenya? Ndio tunasema constitution inasema sisi ndio tuko na sauti. Lakini Jameni, hii power tumepatiana kwa president, na kusema ukweli president ndiye ako na powers ya kufanya kila kitu. At the end of the day tutalia, tutarant, tutafanya nini, tutajaribu kitu tutafanya. Yeye akitaka kucrash atakuja crash, atumia, ako na polisi, ako na resources. Jameni wa Kenya, tukue na strategy, tuanze kuwa na strategy. KOT please, kama unaweza nisikia, ungana na watu like minded, kama mtu kama Ukio Mtata. Jameni, Ukio Mtata anaweza kuwa president mzuri sana, anaweza rekebisha hii nchi. Jameni wa Kenya, tujaribu vile tunaweza weka Okia Omtata akuwe president pale na tuone mabadiliko. Lakini hii mambo mingi yenye tunalia, jameni, tutalia mpaka tufike huko penye tafika. So hayo tu ndio naweza sema. Asante sana for the platform. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. We had.
I think I was next, right?
You are next, or Nyolamo?
Yes.
KD.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 things I would want to say. Number 1, kuna wasee wako kwa hizi spaces wanakatisia tu sana. This space I think is more than 9 hours old. But I can tell you who has been here since it started, when it dropped, who came back and who wasn't here. But kuna wasee wanatoka spaces zingine, unakuja hapo unachukua mic, unaongea, alafu unatoka unaenda spaces zingine. And whatever you're saying only creates a lot of mayhem. And then you leave the house on fire, you run away. I was also not intending to talk, but the reason why I spoke is because we are losing this fight for one reason. We are dividing ourselves amongst ourselves. I know better than you. I know more than you do. I can tell you I can tell you're wrong, but I'm right. I just picked up this mic to say on something Redemptor has said that is really, really reasonable and made a lot of sense. If fight tuna fight sahi ni ya 2 factions, them against us. We know who them are. It doesn't matter kama wako na miko, ama ni majembe, ama wana magari, ama ni whatever, we do not know. There are some people who are on that side who have our interests. It would be so wrong for us to go ahead and say, no, those guys are not part of us. There are some Gen Zs who are not seeing what is happening in the country. They say the government is doing the right thing. Are we going to say we are going to take all Gen Zs and bring them together, even those who are fighting against what is happening on the ground right now? That is not what she intended to say. Akasema vizuri kwamba hata kuna wale mapasta ambao they are against what is happening in the country right now. We just can't get ahead and say all churches are wrong, all clergy sleep with the government. The same way we cannot say all Gen Zs are not corrupt. Ama tuseme all Gen Zs are for the movement. We know there are people who are not for this movement. And what she said was, it is better for us to just look within the elderly, because we have been fighting a very big generational fight here, ethnicity, corruption, and all that. Let us not bring another fight in between us. Hannah has come and said a very good point. Tukienda church, we should let our clergy get to talk to these elderly people. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but I'll tell you one thing for free, just from what I've learned in the last 3 months. Every time we leave a space unoccupied, they take over. Every time we come back, they go away. So we cannot make, sisi nao ni kama maji na mafuta. When we said occupy churches, they did not come to church. And I think it was for like 2 or 3 weeks. When we left the church, they went back to the church. The reason why our parents are very vulnerable is because we have left them to these elderly. I mean, to the politicians, sorry. The politicians will go where there are masses. So, ukifika mahali useme mimi ni millennial, mimi ni Gen Z, au wazee walipigia kina Ruto kura, and then they decide and say, okay, We are going to vote for those guys because the Gen Z say they don't want us. Who's losing? How are we going to win this fight? It is nobody who's going to laugh and say we won. We are giving them leverage to say we are better than these kids who do not know anything. At this point in time, it is only wiser for you to look at the demographics in the country right now. Fikiria ule mzae akujui, fikiria huyu mtu wa ushago mwenye hajui mtu wa kumwongelesha, fikiria huyu mama wa mboga, the 70-year-old woman who nobody talks to, and think of how you can change their perception. And Redemptor is older than me, than all of us, from just the way she spoke. I would urge you to go and not tell them, but listen to this elderly, catch a teaspoon of their brains and see how you can modify it to befit the fight you are fighting right now. Otherwise, if we say, this was a very good parting shot, if we say we are going to win against this government as the young people by ourselves, we are living in a very big dream. We just need to sit down and look for like-minded people, not to give them power to be the next ones running after office, but to work together towards eliminating the common enemy, which everybody is fighting against, which I think was a very valid and affluent point that we all need to look after. So, point number one, si lazima uongee kwa spaces. And if you really have to, at least take like 30 minutes to just get to know the flow of what the topic is. Otherwise, you coming in and then just raising your hand, getting a mic, and then blah, 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 and you're out, you're just deconcentrating all the forces and creating more mayhem. This space was very good 1.5 hours ago. It lost its direction after Farah spoke. Everything just went haywire. Not to say the guys who've spoken haven't made sense. There are so many good points, but now everything got jumbled. Everything is just mixed up. So my plea, don't just get on the space and jump on. I've been on this space since, I think, 9 o'clock. Imekatika, ikarudi, and I was just like, it was very captivating. Guys are talking a lot of sense. I was so happy with what is happening, and it's actually absorbed me. And that is why I've been able to put my mind together and say, maybe it's good if I share my 2 cents to make some sense to them, some of us who may not understand what is happening. I will not speak on the German issue because I do not have any knowledge on it, but I have learned so much just from listening to the people speak, especially those in the diaspora. Now, pangu mimi nikiulizwa, shida iko Kenya saa hii is not even, we are putting so much load on these, our mama wazee, our baba wazee. Rightfully so, but they shouldn't take all the hit. There's a certain clique of people in Kenya we call the middle class, and somebody mentioned it, that I think we really need to take heed and look up to. When Adani came after the airport, what happened? KAA wali strike, KAU wali strike. And in a span of less than 9 hours, the government felt the heat. They had to actually do what everybody did not expect. Now, say to Nongea, the kid who went to the church with a flag saying reject finance bill ameshikwa, they're all quiet. Life is normal. Judge nani wamechukua security yake, tumechill too, everything is okay. Like the point of getting to realize our strength is only as much as how many of us come together. That is when our voice gets heard. This middle class are the main problem and solution to our problems. Imagine walimu, madaktari, nurses, our to our airport, the transport sector, all of them decide to say, enough is enough, we are not going to. They're the ones who lubricate the economy of the country. This country would not run for more than 2 weeks. They would feel the heat. And we'll actually get to revive everything and get back to normal. But as long as it's the Gen Zs who come on spaces, it's the elderly ladies who go to church, it is the politicians who speak politics, it's the rich people who think of how to make the next million, and then the people who make everything works normal just take everything as okay. You're Netflixing, you're eating popcorn, you're living in those big mansions, Nyayo Estate, South B, South C, whatever. There's no way Kenya is going to move forward because everything seems okay with the country. So as much as we speak of sensitizing the country and getting to share this civic education with the elderly, go and think of your brother who works for these middle-class companies, the people who run the economy. Wase wa Buru, wase wa Adams, Jamhuri. These are the guys we need to make sure they don't vote. I used to live in Nyayo, so I know what I'm talking about. We don't do anything because Nina Ford, Stores Mob Town, Zao, they're the guys who go to Bangkok, Thailand, and etc. etc. We need to get these guys involved in politics. They need to be on these spaces. If I talk anything ill against anyone, I stand to be forgiven. But if you look at the middle class, it cuts across all generations. Kuna Gen Z, kuna millennials, kuna Gen X, kuna the boomers, everyone is in that whatever. And that vote is very big. That if you combine that and now for the Gen Zs and those who haven't gotten their voters cards put together, it's very easy to turn this country to the right direction. But let us stop having this thing of saying, no, I'm right, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, I'm right. No, I think I should just come on this space and light a fire and then run away and leave people burning. And then you're not doing anyone any favor at all. And I think it's a very wrong attitude. I don't want to mention names, but if you've been on this space, you'll know the persons who are here and those who have left. And we had a very good conversation going on up to a certain level when everything has just, people are talking a lot of sense, like it is so jumbled because everyone is coming in with their own points. I want this, I want this. We are all mixed up. So hata ni vizuri kuja ukae tu kwanza usikize, like even 20 minutes, get to know what the tact, the direction of the conversation is all about, and then now you can get the mic. But just don't jump on because you feel I'm so intellectual or I can speak and anyone can listen to me. And sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings, but I just say it like it is. Thank you.
KOT, who was the next speaker? Was it Ogola? Ama Fundi?
You can just hand over to anyone. You know.
Okay, Ogola, proceed. Ogola.
Hi everyone. Okay, my word on this government is that it's an already failed government. We are dealing with a maniac. We are dealing with someone who doesn't care. We are dealing with a ruthless man. And this ruthless man doesn't give a damn about what we think about him, or he doesn't give a damn of what he thinks about us. We are common citizens to them. And these politicians are doing so hard to group themselves together in a way that they will not be fought by the citizens. Because one, they control the money. Two, they control the voices. Three, they even have the power to jeopardize the economy in whatever option they want to, you see. So what we need to do as people, we need to come up with ideas that are really there. We need to have people at the forefront, true real people, like KD is saying, true real people at the forefront. We need to
Oh my God. Prince, is it my network or what's wrong?
Hapana, mimi sikuwa naongea, ilikuwa ni Ogola naongea, alafu akakatika tu. I don't know what happened.
You know, the same thing happened to KD, then I had to drop nikidhani network yangu ndo iko na shida.
No, same here. I couldn't hear him.
I think his network sounds like his network because he just dropped abruptly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Fundi, proceed. Fundi, proceed. Tukimngojea.
Hello guys, good evening. Nimewasalimia nyote. I'm so happy that I'm here today. Now we are having this conversation. Nowadays, watching news, going through the socials, ni stress. Kama leo nimeona like Adani sijui na AFDB taking wamepewa It's like they've been contracted mambo na power, and I'm like, who is Adani? And why is the government so obsessed kuwa nao watu wameingia Kenya? Ruto is a mistake, to be realistic. Ruto is a mistake, together with Gachagua and the whole team, tukiongeza na Raila wote hapo ndani, because wakati watu wanaandamana like we don't want this guy, but they insist like huyu jamaa wako, muliona juzi Senate questions were being raised like mbona hii kitu ifanywe, ni kama ifai kujulikana. There are no direct answers, meaning hawa watu wamekula pesa mingi. That's the reality of things. Na leo nikisoma about the mambo na power, I was like, we are doomed. That's the reality. Na the government has seen maybe we are tired, hatuwezi demonstrate anymore, because time ya Gen Z matusi ilitoka kwa wengine, walimu wakaingia juzi. Juzi tumeingia mambo ya airport, and life is still going on. Ruto ameenda Germany, amerudi na story zake za jaba. Mumeona response imeingia hapo, that's a lie. A whole president, you lie on an international platform. It left me wondering, like, for sure, who is Ruto? I voted the guy, but currently siwezi understand huyo jamaa kabisa. Yani hata nikiulizwa Ruto ni nani? Ni rais wa Kenya, but who is he? What does Ruto want? Because kama ni mali by now, I think Ruto akona pesa mingi sana. Every deal in the government ni yake in direct. I think that's why even at the moment wamekosana na Gachagua ni juu ya hiyo pesa. Muliona juzi Western Hotel ndio inachukua pesa ya serikali. And according to the law, I think that should not happen. But Ruto doesn't give a damn about it. Abductions zinafanywa, Ruto anasimama anaambia watu such things are not happening. And you wonder like, where does this guy even live? Yani huyu jamaa ana utu. Mimi Ruto nimeshindwa na yeye ana utu. But I hope we rise up and realize that 2027 tuko na kazi kubwa. That's for real. Mimi nowadays I pray that hawa watu waendelee tu kupigana vita zao. How I wish 2027 Gachagua vice for presidency. Wamekosana kabisa. And then tupate mtu wetu, tuache ujinga mingi, who can be neutral. We go for them. I wish we could go the Senegal way. We have a youth. Fadhali tuwe na youth kabisa, millennial ama Gen Z. Akiharibu tujue ni youth ameharibu. Ruto amezeeka. That's the reality. Currently, Ruto is focused kuachia familia yake mali kwa wingi. That's why unaona sijui ni George amepelekwa kwa transport. The lady anaitwa nani huyu Shalini. Shalini is everywhere. It's like if Shalini was a guy, I think ule demu ndio angekuanga mbaya sana. Ndio Ruto angeachia next. So mi kitu naweza sema tujipange, tujue like we are not fighting kitu rahisi hivyo tu. We are fighting a wall. Na ukipigana na wall, you know the repercussions, but we have to get ready. Watu tujihami, mi am sure 2027 hii kuanguka nayo iwe real. Number one, let's make sure no MP anafaa kurudi. Mimi kitu narudia tu, si eti ameperform. If KOT can perform, it means Wanyama can do. Kuna ile kitu Wanyama anaweza fanya yenye fundi sijafanya. Hii kitu nasema eti Grace amekuangia MP alifanya vizuri, tumuongeze tamu moja. That's why we are fucked up. If we can manage kunyang'anya Ruto ma-MP wake wote, even if he becomes president, atakuwa tu ceremonial president. Hiyo ni, let's just bank that. Kama hatuwezi mshinda kwa president, let's make sure we defeat him number of MPs kwa parliament. Kama uko na guts, vai. Alafu mambo ya pesa, tujitolee tu. There's this thing niliona Morara akisema like weke baso. Nataka usaidizi wa pesa. And then we start fighting. 2027 wale watu watanyesha. Make it rain. They will rain money. Wameiba pesa mingi na watazidi kuiba. Mumeona leo is like 129. Something like that. Niona even not 200 plus. Ruto creates a problem na anataka kuisolve so that it becomes a hero. Who does that? Eti leo kama saa hii Kioti amue nataka kucheza na network kidogo, tuseme nini and then unajua penye uliguza and then uirudishe poa. And then we applaud you. I wish we grow up and know that no politician does Kenyans a favor. But mimi kitu narudia tu, tuko na vita kubwa sana kwenda mbele. Not even a joke. When I saw that guy, Omondi ameshikwa. Just being in church, kuambia watu Kenya inaenda to the dogs. And he is arrested. That's even abduction. Where is he? A whole acting IG, not even an IG. Anakuwa summoned 7 times na koti anakataa kuenda. And then there's a ruling 6 months. Mwenye make that ruling ananyang'anywa security. Are we for real? What does that mean? Ule jamaa akitaka kuniua leo, there's nothing we can do. Tutaniua tu na live itaendelea. Because nikiangalia like even that judge, wakiamua leo kummaliza watammaliza. Because that's what they telling Kenyans. We jamaa, how can you rule against the government? So we can do anything we want. Hauna security kuanzia leo. Maybe they can even decide we're not paying you. Maybe they can dig even the past. Waleta ka kesi yenye makes sense. Wamfunge yaishe. Na hakuna kitu tutafanya. So tuache ma excuse mingi. Tujue Kenya ni yetu. And if we can't make it the way we want to make it better, mazee hatuna future. And I don't think the future generation will stand a chance to fight. Hii vita venye ilianzwa, we need to finish it. When? 2027. Nisiongea sana, nimeona Grace ameinua mkono. Thanks.
Okay, thank you Fundi. Lakini umeongea poa sana, lakini kusema tu kwenye mpaka 2027 hiyo naona mimi ni mbali sana, kwa sababu huyu jamaa tukujia moja moja. Kwa wale tulikuwa kwa hizo protest tulikuwa mstari mbele, hatukujia moja moja na tunaona ni mambo zinafanyika. So we need to do something. As for me, I'm ready to hit the streets as soon as tomorrow. If I have to give my life for a better Kenya, then so be it. Like, what have I not seen? What have we not seen? Nini mjinga jetuonyesha? So saying what until 2027, my friend, kwani uko nchi gani? Anyway, Grace, go ahead.
Prince. No, Prince, before Grace ingie. The problem with Grace.
Okay, I wanted to say this, like, Fundi, you've just said, like, even if we're not gonna beat him in the ballot, like, we occupy the parliament. Do you know this man, or he's capable of changing, like, we don't vote anymore? He runs like the Moi era. That's why we want to get him out by all means. We should not even think about giving him a second chance in the ballot, please.
That is exactly my point. We have to finish whatever we started. That's all. Grace, go ahead. Grace?
Prince, you kama Grace alimaliza, but what I was saying, you know, sometimes there's kuna time unafika you go back to the drawing board, you strategize. Huyu jamaa kitu alifanya akaona ametuweza kabisa, and of which I can say alitushinda ni kuita Raila. The problem with some of us, we worship that old man. Hiyo ni ukweli tu.
Point of correction bro, a point of correction. Huyu jamaa after calling Raila amjoin hakuwa ametushinda. Kitu ilituanza kutusumbua ni moja, kugawanyika. Tulikuwa tumeanza kugawanyika.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Grace, proceed.
Yes, let me proceed. I was saying, I think population among the youths in Kenya is very high. So if we decide as youths to act, we can show this government that we are the majority, because that is the truth, we are the majority. Another thing personally, I'm a Luo, and you know, when I had an MCA talking on a national television and saying, ati we Raila vile sasa umeshapea Ruto ukishapeleka baba AU, sisi tutakupigia kura Wajaluo wote. And I was wondering, anaongea about Wajaluo wagani? And who even gave him that mandate at the end anafaa kutuongelelea? That is what I asked myself. So like seriously, tushaongea ya kutosha. As in, we've been talking, this government clearly is not listening. Na wale tena nataka kuongelesha kila mtu kwa hii space. Au wenye wanasema ati sijui wenye walivotia hii government, sasa it's your turn. How can you put us in the fights that nyinyi ndo mlijiweka? Jua kama huku vote ulisaidia Ruto kuwin hii presidency. So don't act like it's not your problem, because it is your problem. You are among the people who made Ruto win that presidency. So mi kitu na urge the youths, lazima tushikane pamoja, na hii maneno ya kuongea kwa space, I think tumeongea sana. We all know whatever is happening, we all know where the problem is, and we all know how to fix the problem. Na saizi tunaweza fanya everything, because mimi hata nakumbuka niliota jana, and I believe in my dreams, kuwa Ruto ata shut down internet, na tena itakuwa for a very long time, because si ati hawajui hapa internet ndo watu wanaongea, they speak their mind, they know it very well. So they are planning things that you won't believe. Sasa mi na urge to the youths, let us, kama hata tumesema tuna boycott vitu, let us do it, because it will work. It will work. Kama tushasema tu, sisi kama youths, na tena hao wenye wako na big wigs, tunasema sisi tuna boycott Safaricom because hiyo ndio inasaidia government, that is what we will boycott. Kama unatumianga JKIA kupanda ndege na unaona ni kitu ya government, tumia Wilson, there is nothing wrong with it. Kama unaona ili government feel the pain, but hii maneno tu ya kuongea na bado tunaacha watu wanaiba pesa. Me actually, when I see the kind of corruption that is in this government, mi hata saizi nikionanga Ruto akiongea kwa TV yangu nazima. TV is mine, I'm free to close it. I close it because I don't want even to see that man speak. Nimechoka to that extent. Na ukiangalia vizuri saizi the system of education ni ujinga tupu. Ukienda health, saizi hata naona ati health peke yake billion shillings ati kumanage mpox. Hiyo ni ya kazi gani, ama hiyo ni uwizi? That is clearly theft. Au ndio watu wana plan kuiba? Ukiangalia saa hii ati sijui wanataka kuimplement CBC, mara wametenga pesa ati sasa wanataka kujenga grade 9. Unashangaa, fine, mnajenga grade 9. Form 1 classes zinataka kuenda wapi? Is the government planning on how to deal with these Form 1 classes that will be empty, ama hiyo ni wastage of resources? Hiyo ni education sector. Ukiangalia kitu ina happen among teachers, you will be shocked. Some of them are employed to teach music and they did English literature in the university level. So you wonder what kind of education are we nurturing for our children? You wonder, hata hao walimu wenyewe, imagine somebody is paying you 17,000, Me, I have teachers who tell me they literally streamline YouTube and leave those children music for a beginner, YouTube. And that is what they're learning in school. So sincerely, we have a problem, and hii kuongea na hakuna action haitatusaidia. And if you know you are a big wig na huko hapa, in fact me hata ningekuwa niko big wig saizi ningekuwa, I think I could have been doing a recommendable job. Kama tumesema we are boycotting, saizi mnaona hata tenders zote zinaenda Western Hotel. We have been complaining about it. But kama saizi tunafaa kukua tunaangalia kama hii county hii kazi inaenda wapi, Western Hotel, mnaanza kuongea about it. Mnaenda kuuliza mpaka kaunti yenyu, kwani hakuna hoteli kwa within our county, mbona mpaka ipelekwe Western Hotel? Those are the questions that you should be asking yourselves, because the moment hiyo pesa imepelekwa Western Hotel from Machakos County, inasaidia nani? Inasaidia watu wa Nairobi na wenye wanaiba pesa za serikali. Na hii maneno ya Gachagua out. Because hata wakati tulikuwa tunasema Ruto must go, it was Ruto na huyo Gachagua wake waende nyumbani. Mimi hata sijui kwa nini watu bado wanaongeanga about Gachagua. We just want this government gone home. Because sincerely, if we give this imagine kama hii ni first term na Ruto hajafanya kazi. Sasa hebu mpeni second term, ataiba Kenya mpaka malize. Thank you. Nimekasirika hata sitaki kuendelea kuongea.
Thank you so much, Grace. And you are right. Vile tunaongea hapa kuna hiyo vibaraka za hiyo bucha. Wako hapa wengi sana. Wanatusikia chenye tunasema. But hatufai kuogopa. Tunafaa kama kwenda mbele, tunaenda mbele. Tuende kwa head boy and then Toria. I can see your hand too. Chief what? Utafuata chief economist. Tuende kwanza head boy, then Toria, then chief economist. Head boy.
All right. Hi everyone. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kwa space, so I'll just try to make it brief. One, for me, I'm happy about what is happening in the country. Why? Because now people are upset, but ni kama hatujafika ile point ya we are going to do anything. Tuko upset in cocoons. Tuko upset ile mtu atasema napenda vile Gen Z wanafanya, lakini utaendelea na job yako. So I think as a country, we are not upset enough to take action. And that is the reality. The fact that unajua ukakuwa home uone wife yako anapigwa, kuna wale wase wataamka wanajua yenyewe hapa ni kuna watu 10 bado nitapigwa, lakini nita protect dem yangu come what may. But kuna ule mse atasema sasa hata nikisimama kutafanyika nini? What can I achieve? That is where we are as Kenyans. We are not upset enough to take action. Another reason why I'm happy is because the truth about the political class is coming out. I was never pro-Ruto. I don't think I'll ever be pro-Ruto. And I have my reasons why. Nilikuwa nasema, for me, coming up to 2007, for us who are the millennials, kama umse, kulikuwa na hizo incidences za Kiambaa. Kulikuwa na the fact that because of an election, you decide to rise up and kill people. It means that even whatever is happening now is not new if we base it on that history. Whatever is happening now with the politics, when people protest, watu wanauliwa, it's the same thing that happened to witnesses of ICC. So there's nothing new. And if we don't change our strategy, then we are going to be beaten because we are doing the same thing again and again. So my view is we need to prepare. We may say that 2027 is too far. It may be far, but how prepared are we? Leo tukipatiwa hiyo uongozi, nani atakalia? How will we have peace in the country moving forward? My view is, yes, we want an overhaul of the whole system. For me, I'm for it. Wacha kila mtu atoke. Kama alikuwa mzuri, kama alikuwa mbaya, wote waende home. Wacha tuanze afresh from MCA. Nikiwauliza nyinyi wenye mko hapa, and I just challenge you, other than the presidency and the governor, can you remember who the other people you voted for are? Can you remember who you voted for as an MP? who you voted for as a women rep, who you voted for as an MCA. So part of the problems we have, sisi ndio contribute. So we have to sit and think, sisi ndio youth, we are the bigger generation. Sawa, tunataka kuichukua hii kitu aje. Tunaanza kutoka grassroots. Ma MCA tunafagia wote. Why? Because tuko na issues even at the county level. Na vile hata Eric Omondi anasema tulidevolve to corruption. So we start from the county level, tujue nani anasimama MCA area. Sera za huo msee ni nani? Tuende kutoka MCA tuende MP, sera za huo msee ni gani? So that if we are going to change things, we have to start with the right foundation. And maybe this is in God's way, he has given us this time to prepare. That means hata vile wanakuja na wanashikana na nini, wanatuonesha tu their true colors. Because yes, if we look at even who we had at the ballot in this previous election, it was either of two bad choices. That is the truth. Wakati tulikuwa na good candidates wanasimama, tulichoma. Wakati PLO alisimama, hakuna mtu hata alimpatia kura. Na sidhani PLO atawahi simama tena. So even the people who have a heart for this country, we have punished them. So even for us, tukianza kusema, na mimi si ati nasema kwa baya, before we go back to the street, what is our strategy? Because if we don't have a strategy, tutapigwa face down. Lazima tukue tunajipanga, tujue na ujue pia wasewa who are pro government are in these spaces. So tukisema tunarudi kwa streets, wanajua. So by the time tufike kwa streets, washatuingia. So we have to be smart and say and look for, okay, what are the things we are doing? Sasa tutapigwa.
Unakatika tafadhali, unakatika.
Sorry, mnanisikia?
Bado unakatika.
We have to have a comprehensive strategy, because if we don't, we are running around the same thing. Kuna hizi zinasemanga, unajua, there is this saying that says kuna hizi mwanga inasema afadhali uchukue 8 hours.
Black, can you mute your mic kindly? Black,
Okay.
can you mute your mic? Thank you. Head, you can.
All right, mnanisikia?
I'm sorry.
So there's this saying that says you'd rather take 8 hours to sharpen an axe to cut a tree than to go start cutting a tree with a blunt. So kasa hii tushikane kuzana, okay, strategy yetu tunaanzia wapi na tunamalizia wapi? Ndio kama tunasema tunaenda kwa streets, na vile watu wamesema, unajua tutaenda kwa streets tutachoka. The first time we went to the streets, watu walikuwa wengi. Then people started dying down, right? Because when something ceases to be effective, hata si wenyewe tunapoteza psyche. So utapata now in that fire there are only a few people who are coming. Na kuna wenye walikuwa na come na ni cosmetic, but it made a difference when we came. But right now we don't have things that have angered us enough to go back to the streets. There's no way, it does not make sense for us to expect our president to say the truth. Proven time and time again that he will not say the truth. So kwanza ku-expect ati sasa alienda Germany atakuja kuambia ukweli, hiyo ni kujidanganya. And if you think about it, mtu mwenye ni mwizi anaishingi na uoga kuliko ule mtu anaishi maisha ya ukweli. So even for them, they are scared. That is a fact. And because they are scared, then they put all these measures in place because they want to protect themselves. Utapata kama ulikuwa unaishi kwa street, ulikuwa unaishi maisha comfortable. The minute uanze kupata kamali, unaanza kuona wacha ninunue lock ya hii mlango kwa sababu mtu anaweza kuja aniibie TV. Wacha niweke alarm kwa hii gari juu mtu anaweza kuja kuniibia. Lakini ile wakati haukuwa na hizo vitu, haukuwa unajikinga. You are living a free life. So even for us, we are shackled by our own opportunities. We are shackled by our own wealth. We are shackled even in our own mindset. So we have to find even for these guys, remember, mtu mwenye ameiba akona uoga kukushinda. Na hawa si kwa sababu wanaiba hii pesa na sio halali. Niko sure huko kwa manyumba za Ishungwa ni masefu wako nazo ziko na pesa. Nyumba za ama MP wote ni masefu wameweka pesa. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu hawezi banki hizi pesa. Kwa sababu hii pesa sio halali. Unaona, na hii pesa itakuja na itaisha. But kama mlisikiza ukiwa Mtata akisema leo asubuhi, alikuwa anasema on Spice FM, alikuwa anasema revolutions die. Juu kama ni students, mkifunga shule students wataenda home, revolution imekufa. Kama ni watu wameandikwa job, mkiwafukuza job, revolution imekufa. Lakini the minute you as the peasants, you as the people take up arms and you say enough is enough, that is the only time we'll be able to succeed. Ule jamaa alikuwa president wa Romania, alikuwa na fly kutoka keja yake, alikuwa anaenda parliament. Wale wase, the people who are put him in power, namwambia hawa watu hata ni sifa zako wanaimba when people were protesting. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wanaona watu kutoka helicopter. So akiona mikono juu, watu wanamwambia bedhe, si wanakusifu. Ile kitu iliwastua ni ile wakati parliament ili burn down. Ndio akajua ni kubaya. The same thing happened in India until not India, where is this place? Until that revolution took that next step, it was all the same. When people stormed parliament, that is when they made a difference. That is when they started to listen to people. But remember, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So our president here anajua hakuna kitu mnaweza do. For him, when he was sworn in and he said he wants to give autonomy to all these institutions, he said he's carry budget, atapatia police budget, atafanya nini. He was playing to the tunes of the masses. But what was he trying to do? For me, ukiniuliza, anajaribu kutengeneza a government like that one for Moi, where you as the president, you're not ceremonial, you're a person who has the power and you control power absolutely. So sahii mtaenda kuongea, hata makarao wanajua ni nini mnapigania, lakini kuna kitu wanajua, lazima wafuate sheria or whoever is in power. So even until these people own the revolution, until this police also own us, and by the way, hii hatufanyi.
Headboy, just a minute. Headboy, just a minute, please, bro. Blackie.
Sorry?
A minute, please. Black Nation, please, worldwide. Hebu mute your mic. Thank you. Okay. Headboy, proceed.
So until we all come together and we say we are speaking in one voice. But the challenge is we will never speak in one voice. Sasa utasema huyu jamaa alisema nini kuhusu Wajaluo? Who is he to speak for Jaluos? Haya, mimi kama mtu wa huko kwa mlima tutasema wamekuja wamewinda jamaa yetu. Until you change that mindset, it will never change. Sisi tukienda chuo, hatukwenda chuo Mjaluo, Mkikuyu. It's not like vile mapero wetu walienda. Because our parents grew up in the tribal cocoons. That is what gave them security. As we grew up in the cosmopolitan. Kwa hivyo mi najua hata boy wangu, hata sijuangi kwenye kwa huko unless tunaenda Marurashio. So until we get out of that mindset of even in ourselves dividing ourselves, hatutasonga. Lazima tushikane tukue kitu moja. And that means we have to have some form of structure. We have to have some form of leadership. Say ile wakati tunaongeleshwa history ya Germany, tujue kuna watu watapigana hiyo vita. Lakini huku nyuma tunajua behind the scenes kuna watu wanapanga maneno ya grassroots. Ndio tukifika tuseme labda tumefika hiyo wakati wa election, tunajua ba hivi ndio tunapanga. Tunajua tunaisweep. Why? Because if you look at hata siasa yetu, tukiangalia tu just some of the things that have come up. Kuna mashule zilikuwa polling station na hakuna shule hapo. So it means that our elections were flawed. Ni shule ngapi kama hizo ama ni polling station ngapi zilikuwa namna hiyo? Because the difference between the number 1 and number 2 was not that big. Haya, that means wote elections zao zilikuwa flawed. Ukikuja mahali unapata kulikuwa na 100% turnout, 110% turnout, na ingine 110% turnout. Inamaanisha election ilikuwa flawed. You know, and our elections I don't think have ever been credible since 2002. Because 2002 hata wangejaribu waje ama aje kuiba haingeibiwa. Why? Because again it was the majority that voted. So until we have overwhelming presence like that during an election period, manze tutakuwa tunazunguka hapa tuna mark time for some time. So the fire is there, but let us also have a plan. Tujue by the way, hapa tunajipangaje, sawa? Mi sijui maneno ya Kericho. Nani anajua Kericho? Wewe panga watu wako wa Kericho who are good leaders from that area. Na si ati lazima ukuwe umefanya kitu kubwa, but you know people who have the heart of the community. Because yes, sawa, tunaweza mtoa leo, but then we will end up like countries like Somalia, where kila wakati kuna vurugu. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wale watu wako na pesa watalipa watu. Sahii unapatanga ukienda ma demonstrations kuna goons wanalipwa. Kama goons ni youth. Hatuwezi enda kusema ati hii ni generation ya kina mzae ndio wanakuja hapa kwa streets. Ni youth, ni sisi. So it means we are still for sale. And until that changes, we are not going to be able to change the country. So even for us, we have to change our mindset if we want to change the country. And we have to put a plan in place. We can no longer shoot in the air. We have to put a plan in place. So.
Thank you so much. Toria, proceed.
Okay, I wanted to talk something that Grace talked about, and it's this thing of Baba betrayed us. Actually, I think the first day people went in the streets, people were taken in the streets because of the oppression you encountered and how you felt the bill is interfering or oppressing you or affecting you. So we should put in mind that despite that Raila Odinga went ahead and had a handshake with William Ruto, or they went in bed with the government for his own reasons, we did not choose him to be our leader. So it should not affect us in any way, and we should not divert our movement just because of mere and petty issues like this. They are trying to divide us using any way possible, because Ruto knew very well that Raila has a large followers, and through him he can attack or make us divert from our main agenda. It's the same way you see people on social media now, they are saying like, the moment Raila this, the moment that, no. Let's stop that. Let's come together. Forget about this tribal thing and anything else. When we put these things aside, I'm sure we're gonna achieve our goals and we're going to make it. This is the only way we can conquer and recreate that scene of 25th June. Large numbers in the streets, no tribal. Okay, we are tribeless, partyless, leaderless. That's the only way we can recreate that scene. And through that, you'll see large numbers of people availing themselves to go to the streets because they know we are all being affected the same way. No one is special. Even the so-called the police officers who are trying to counterattack us, they are also affected. Their fellows are in Haiti. They have not been paid. The government was issued with the money, but the money was pocketed by some greedy individuals. They should take that as an example. Join us and know that you're not going to be discriminated by the bills which are going to be passed just because you are a policeman or you are a politician or what, So guys, let's keep aside this thing of Raila this, Raila that. No. Raila is not our leader. If we know very well, like in every movement, we always have snitches, like there are betrayers, and You betray us, we keep you aside, we keep moving, we keep marching. We should not let the government see this as our weakness. We keep going forward. Now, as you're talking, I've seen like Mukuru Kwanjenga is on fire again. Sakaja is there. Nothing has been done. They have vehicles to go after innocent people at their homes. They have that fuel, yet they can't afford fire brigades to go and shut down the fire. I don't understand. Like, they literally want to see our country burn down. And you know what? We're going to help each other overcome these tribal clashes by one thing. If you tell your parents, your grandparents through the vernacular language and make them understand how these things are affecting us as a country, as a whole, and why we want good governance, why we are yearning for good governance and rejecting the bad governance, why we are against this bad governance abducting us. They will truly listen to us and they will understand why we are doing this, and they will support us, because hakuna mzazi atakwambia don't go to streets yet mtoto amekufa. You know, that pain of a child, of losing a child, only the parent can understand. Na ukimwelezea in deep the way we are going to be affected, because everything since 25th June, it changed totally. Kabisa, let me tell you guys. Ili change kabisa. Juu ndo maana unaona, like, because these MPs saw that they are capable of being bought, they are being given money, and we relented on salimianing them. Tuliacha kuwasalimia wakaona, so the storm was only for once and it died. So we need to bring the storm back to assure them that this power belongs to us and you must respect us. You are our representatives. You should do what we want you to do. You should present what we urge you to do there. You know, those are the things we need. Like, to educate huyu mzazi wangu, like me, I told my grandma, hey, shosho, unajua nini? Unaona ile ng'ombe yako, ati utakuwa unaifunga pampers. Ati saa hii hiyo mahuti unaokota huku nje ndio utengeneza manua, utakuwa unalipia license. Nikamwambia, shosho, can you imagine unafaa urudi kwa tumbo ya mamako uzaliwe tena ndo upate ID kama utaki kurenew ID at 10 years. Then my grandma was going crazy, like, kwanza hiyo part ya ng'ombe, I knew nikimshika hapo nimeshika the spot. So alikuwa crazy, ako like, Ruto, this, and I felt so good because niliwakisha fire nyumbani na nilijua akienda kwa inaitwa chama ataenda atete au mama wachangie, and in using that way utapata tuna spread civic education kwa hao watu wako huko ndani. We can only make this work by emphasizing on civic education, guys. Unaona venye tunakuja hapa, you have very, very brilliant ideas, but not everyone is on these spaces. So tuko hapa tunasema hizo brilliant ideas, let's apply them on the ground. Tusizieke hapa tu kwa space pekee, ama tuziseme hapa ziishie hapa. Ukitoka hapa, enda, kama ni simu piga, mwambie iko hivi na hivi na hivi. Press, keep pushing, keep putting pressure. They will understand why we are doing this and we are not relenting. Bro, if we relent, let me tell you one thing, relent kidogo, Leonie Collins, just because of raising a flag and advocating for good governance, amefungwa. Kesho ni KOT, kesho hiyo ngine ni mimi, kesho hiyo ngine ni wewe. And kindly, if you see a poster of one of our own ameshikwa ama ameenda missing, please shout as much as you can. Hata kama uko na 2 followers, au 2 followers wakiona, tukiamplify, let's make it trending. Tutasaidia huyu mtu. Sahi, we don't know where Bob Jagi is. For Christ's sake, na bibi yake amejifungua tu juzi. Can you imagine bringing up a kid? Na ujui hata utaambia mtoto babake alienda wapi. That's the crazy government we have. I'm seeing like it's crazy. Naona sahi ma bodies zinafukuliwa ama ni kuchimbuliwa. Kitengela. Like literally, you don't know even where you are standing. There might be someone's body down there. Oh my God. Like, it's crazy. This government is really crazy. Oi. Where mi kama uski umejam na kama uoni sababu ya Ruto kuenda, and I don't know those people from Meru. You saying niye gembe. You're just saying we need to give him 25 years. Are you crazy? Are you out of your nuts? hey, you know, the moment utalubi into utaelewa the pain we are going through. The pain everyone is going through, and why we are advocating for good governance. You should know one thing, that there is no justice at all in this country. People's brain were scattered outside parliament. Nobody took care of that. They just went ahead. They saw materialistic things. They are more important than people's life. The highest rate of inhumanity that we have in this country, people being like, unaenda unauliwa, then wanasema ni accident. And we know very well that if an accident happens, the police are there. They just pop up out of nowhere on the spot. So, guys, Ruto must go. Aki, Ruto must go. I can't imagine the lands that our forefathers fought for being grabbed. I've just seen that Adani has just won the whatever, that the power, Kenya power, whatever, wame win. Why are we giving foreigners the mandate to come and control us in our lands? Don't we have people who are capable of running these things in our land? We have engineers, we have people who have done masters, PhDs for these works, for Christ's sake. Why would we accept like scammers, thieves, criminals to come and control us in our land? Mind you, those people will be employing their own people. Hey, Ebo reject Adani. We need to go back to the streets. The streets are calling us. I think the only language this government really understands, it's the street method. And we go to the streets, they are abducting us. What the fucking hell does this government want? You know, guys, me, Ebo, you guys, me, hey, unalala, umejam, unaamuka, umejam, unatembea, umejam, guy fafa. Hey, me, hey, Ruto must go. Just come here, fuel, and use that fuel to push that information to your people down in the ground. Start with your family. Let them understand why we are doing this. Even if they say you are crazy, like you are involved in politics and they're not gonna help you, let them see you are crazy. But later, they'll come to understand why you are pushing this. The moment they see the benefits and the fruits of what you are doing. So I've just seen like, I don't know, yeah, we say civic education. Machakos, like for Christ's sake, Wavinya being welcomed like a Jesus has come to from heaven, just because she stated that she went and opened an hospital in the UK for Machakos people to go there to be treated. That's crazy. You must be running out of your nuts going to celebrate such kind of a person. Can you imagine? Who will... You need a flight, you need a ticket, you need a passport to go to that hospital. Who will be accountable for all that? Who will pay for that? At the same time, you are sick. You go there, they won't treat you without money. Maybe even the hospital it's a private thing. But let's open our eyes, guys. Me, I'm so frustrated by these people of Machakos. Oh, fuck, no. Actually, I'm going crazy. Chief, everyone here. Actually, I'm going crazy. Prince, your mic has issues. Aki, tafadhali. Hebu fix it.
Hello, am I audible?
Prince, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Doria. Aki umeinject, umenibamba. Yaani kila mtu angekuwa na hasira kama yako, nadhani kesho tungekuwa kwa streets. Na hivyo ndio tunafaa. Shida ni watu wengine wajinga kidogo kati yetu ambao ni wapumbavu. Kama tu vile umesema, hiyo issue ya Machakos. Imagine mtu awebe do hundreds of millions. Aende aweke abroad. Halafu arudi mpigie makofi mshangilie. Are you guys out of your minds? Haya, hii issue na hii abductions. Okay, kuna entry nimepewa leo lakini sitaki tweet kwanza, nataka kwanza kuiverify. Nimeambiwa ukiangalia side za uko Juja sini wapi kuna increase ya hyenas kwa streets usiku. Inasemekana wale watu wanauliwa kwa sababu ile nani historia kwa red up site ile is eyebrows sana. So nowadays what they do, wakishakuwa wanakufeed to those hyenas kuconceal evidence. Halafu mnaona bado tuko na nchi hapa. Guys, we should wake up. Mtu kama Bob Mimi mwenyewe nimeadvocatea Bob for his release, like hatujui ako wapi. The only mistake we made maybe ni kuchelewa ku amplify. Labda tunge amplify mapema vile inafaa, maybe angekuwa na sisi hapa nje, maybe angekuwa bado wako huru kama wengine. But as up to date, no one knows where he is, no one knows whether he's alive or dead. Hata kama sio basi wapeane hata mwili, familia yake kazika, wajua alikufa mara moja. Mbona upoteze mtu, apotezwe kabisa kabisa? Juzi alikuwa mwingine, the other day was me, juzi ikakuwa ni Buka Airport, jana was Collins. We don't know who's next tomorrow. So hii ni shida ya sisi wote, tunafaa kuamka sisi wote, tushikane mikono, tunafaa kuingia streets. That's all I can say. Like hakuna solution is streets. When I'm here amepatiwa sio ati tender ya 169 billion ya Kenya Power. For what? Kanunua hapo, why you need 50 bob? Hilo kitu tunataka jamani. Tafadhali nawaomba tena sana, we need to do something as soon as yesterday. That idiot must vacate that office soonest possible. Mwingine achukue mic. Chief Economist, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. Asante sana. Toria, that was injection full dose. Sijui yake mtu aseme nini after that, but the anger is everywhere. Yani, our country, just check each and every corner, something fishy is happening, not from Adani. And you remember that story of Ruto telling us that issue yake ya kwenda US, there are some people who have contributed towards his journey. Kumbe, it's Adani. These are the same people who have like wanauziwa each and everything. These are deals that are being made in boardrooms. Sasa nasikia kuna public participation on Ketraco. For what? The deal is already made. Adani washaanza kuhire. What can you say as the public to change that? So the issue we are facing as a country is a very, very big issue. And that is why I always say that we are not only dealing with this regime, in some way we are also dealing with ourselves. Because we have been brought up, for example, my generation, we've been brought up in this environment and this mediocre society where politicians are gods. These people are gods. Look at what happened between the political maturity from colonialism to now Africanism. Our politics has never ever matured. The way same things that were being done by Kenyatta are the same things that are being done by Uhuru and are currently being done by Ruto. Yani it's the same thing. So we are not only dealing with this administration, we are dealing with this mediocre society of people who wanasikia unaenda maandamano and they ask you, why are you going to risk your own life? But these people have risked their own lives with poor amenities for more than 60 years. It's time we change this. And most people will say that our movement is dead. But let me tell you guys, June 25th was a very monumental day and a very, very monumental pivotal moment in our movement. People were able to get out, no matter the tribe, no matter the age, no matter the social status, and went out and called for a reject finance bill. And it happened. And most of you will say that since then, our movement has gone down and has died, but it has not died. We are sort of getting this thing done in phases. We had the pivotal movement, now we need to chart our way forward. And the issue of leaders and what kusema we are supposed to have leaders, June 25th, and Boniface Mwangi said this thing cannot happen with leaders. It will happen with a movement. So our biggest priority and our area to work on should not be on these politicians, should be on ourselves, should be on civic education. We should not be looking at what these politicians are saying. Right now, go pay any politician to say nonsense. They will basically say that nonsense. Look at what Caleb Amisi did. This guy was for Mandamano. What is he speaking of right now? Is the exact opposite. These are people we cannot change. These are people we need to act out. We cannot go to negotiate. We cannot go to talk to Raila and tell him, oh, you know what, you did us this and this and this. Watu wanakuanga hivyo. Now wamekuwa hivyo forever and ever and ever. And by the way, guys, don't play into this politics of tribes, of what is happening between Gachagua and Centro and wherever. Is in the games these people play each and every year to make sure that minds zetu zimerudishwa basically to, yani, you basically don't think about progress. You think about the past. Because if right now you think of yourself as a Luo, you think of yourself as a Kikuyu, that's where we are losing the point. We should not think of ourselves that way. We changed that on June 25th. Hakuna mtu alitokea ati juu yeye ni Mluya, hakuna mtu alitokea juu yeye ni Mjaluo. We went out because of our own issues. So we have so many areas in this government that are not working. Ruto alikuja akasema bottom up. And basically bottom up, 70% of what bottom up is supposed to do is transfer capital from the owners of capital to the people. Now, how does the Adani deal meet this end? How does the Adani deal in Ketraco meet this end? Kwa sababu it's basically the same. Maybe a group of politicians will go negotiate outside. They get a deal. They sell us our souls off. That is what basically they do. Ruto went to Germany and signed a deal claiming that he will export Kenyans to employment in Germany. Which European country right now, even the US, and actually the moment Donald Trump is elected, things will be very, very difficult. Which country right now, a developed country, that is pro immigration? Which country? Just tell me one. Germany, basically, what they did, they made it formal that Kenyans who are not formally in Germany will be repatriated. This is what Ruto signed. This person is signing our souls each and every day. Kila siku, kila siku. And scandals are in each and every corner of the government. It's only that we don't have enough people to uncover them. We don't have enough people. Morara can't do it alone. And if you hear that young man saying that we need to have sort of an organization, it's because of what he has seen. If Morara was to start sort of unmasking all these corrupt deals each and every day, even if he does 50 in a day, it will take him even more than a year to uncover all of them. This government is corrupt to the core. If you are only looking at Ruto only, that's where we miss the point. We need these people, everyone to go home. We start on a new slate. We need to start on a new slate. Because if we don't do that, and if we continue waiting for 2027, nothing will happen in 2027. You all know what happens in Kenyan elections. All of us probably here have voted either once or twice. And the systems will always have issues. And the person who wants to get into power will still get into power. We wait for 2027, there's nothing we are doing. What we need to do right now is act on some of these things that our key people are saying. If Morara calls for an organization, why don't we set up an organization? Look at what the Black Lives Matter movement did. Black Lives Matter started in 2013. Its pivotal movement was in 2020. And back then, what they did, I don't know if it's possible in our country, even registering a political party is a problem. But what they did is they established a central organization, not basically with so much concentration on leadership, but so much concentration on what this organization is doing. They started taking people, training these people on how to even do sort of protest. How do you protest? What do you do in protests? How do you engage with media? Because a media person can come and ask you a very, very simple question, but they need to change the narrative. And we have seen this happening. These are sort of the organizations we need. And the Black Lives Matter was very, very successful in its time. These are the things we need to work on. We need to have people on the ground. The BLM movement still had people on the ground, each and every county. Actually, the BLM movement, they could just wake up a day and hear that a state is actually protesting. They did not plan for it. The people there planned for that. Come to our situation. We have this man, this Sugoi thief, walking in each and every county, each and every village, talking about fake promises. We have people on the ground, people who can stand. Actually, this is the most pivotal sort of action we can do for our movement. We have people who can stand up and say, Mr. President, you're not going to talk to us. Take your lies somewhere else. Peleka huko nje ya nchi. Don't come and talk to us about lies. They take him to account on things that he promised and they were not done in the same constituency. Alikuwa Nyeri. We have the issue of Endarasha. People did not ask the president, why didn't these people respond on time? Why haven't we seen the Ministry of Education being overhauled and people going home and others being charged with murder? Because you can't be given a portfolio to manage and you basically do a shoddy job. Ule jamaa akona meno kubwa, kazi yake tu ni kuweka meno kwa screen. He's still in office right now. And Ruto is talking about compensating. How can you compensate for lives? Huyu mtu anatubeba ujinga, but the main problem, sisi pia tunajibeba hivyo. Why would you let a whole Kimani Ichung'wah come to Central, talk to people and talk about ethnic politics? Why would people let Gachagua do the same thing? I think we are not angry enough. And if we need to be angry enough, we need to take this movement to the ground. We need to speak to elders. We need to speak to mobilizers in counties, in sub-counties. This is where the movement should be. Ruto will be in maybe in Kisumu next week. We are very, very sure that the people of Kisumu will speak in our own accord, not going there to cheer. The thing that happened in JKIA is not something even to talk about, even to laugh about. Having an MP, a governor, talking about his own family and how he is committed to his own family and how he is committed to God. So hatukatai God ako, lakini si God alikuvote in, bro. You need to take task and make sure that you are answerable to Kenyans. There is a guy there who is doing a very, very good job unmasking each and every project that this lady is shoddily doing. We need more people. We need more angry people in the villages. We need more angry people in all social media platforms. Facebook sahi akina Terence huko tu ni kudance juu na nini. We are here trying to fight for our country, but you have people in TikTok doing nonsense. People cannot take even a moment to talk about our own country. These are the things we need to do. If we concentrate on so much on politicians will come and go. Kesho Raila ataongea kitu ingine ushangae. Huyu ni yeye. Sifuna ataongea kitu ingine ushangae. Guy. Hii ni ile fala ilikuwa inatuambia sijui nini hapa hadi na tupigania huko nini. These people are the same. It's only for us to change. If we change for the better, this country hata haitafika hata hiyo finance bill next year. Actually, finance bill next year should not find Ruto in office. He should go. Because that's a very pivotal moment for us. If we don't do that, 2027 does not mean anything.
I thank you so much. And I really think that these people need to give us manifestos which are realistic, not to tell us that you're building gorofas which ain't realistic. Like this nigga, for instance, when he was vying or doing this political shit, that nigga said, I will employ, I will do this, I will do this. Then all of a sudden you come in the television and say, when I got the seat, you were jobless. What the fucking hell were you promising us? Empty promises. Can you give us realistic manifestos that can be achieved within the period of time you've stated? Not this bullshit of I'll do this, I'll fly, this nigga, instead of, he has never even stepped in his office. He doesn't know whether it's still there, it exists. I don't know even if he knows the direction to the office. He's back on vehicles. It's like a campaign mode has been installed in the country. We are here. So guys, let me tell you, we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do. If we say we wait for 2027, I want to remind you one thing. The person who is in control of everything as we're talking now is William Kipchirchir, Samuel Ruto. The 3 arms of the government, they are being run by him. That's why you can see that a lawyer, okay, a judge like, or a magistrate like Lawrence can give sentence or can sentence someone from the government, and he's threatened, like his life is in danger just because of stating facts. Lento, journalists, they don't have freedom at all. Where the hell did freedom of speech go? Freedom of expression, our rights, where are they? Like our constitution is being violated day and night, hour after hour, like on daily basis. They don't follow the constitution at all. So we are here trying as much as we can to follow the constitution to fix this nation, but they can't see that. Those people we are fighting for, like they are there trying to tear gas us, kill us. Have you forgotten about the poisonous gas that was sprayed on the streets? The water, poisonous water, and you just sit down, you want to relent? Have you forgotten how kids have been killed? Like nobody. I'm so sad. Like the Endarasha thing, we have female representatives in the political class. These ladies have given birth. They are mothers, they are grandmothers. Nobody even for a single day stood up and said, we need justice. We need to hear about these kids. We know very well that William Ruto leads by blood. He is surviving because of shedding and sacrificing people. That's the reality. But we are not going to allow him to do this with our kids. 70 kids, for Christ's sake. Tanzania, that rumors were saying they are in Uganda. Nobody went ahead and followed whether the rumors are true or they are lies. Nobody is confirming anything. They just let it be as it's as if it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. People burning, people dying, people disappearing, like we are in hell already. Oh my God. Like these leaders, I really support the referendum. The referendum Eric Omondi is running. Like we don't need women reps at all, because if not even a woman, for Christ's sake, even you as a man, you took part in creating that child. Why don't you stand up and feel that pain of being a parent? Ask, question, where are the kids? Nobody's talking about it. They are assuming. What do they expect those parents to do? Like you taking food as if these children have died because of food, like they have lacked food. Like we are led by crazy people. These people in this government are really crazy, starting with William Ruto himself and his entire regime, and holding up non-constitutional seats. Mudavadi is there squandering our money the way he wants. Yet we are here. Taxes are being raised. Now they have been dealing with their Adani thing as a deal. It's gonna benefit some people. They're gonna grab our lands, claiming that they want to build hotels for whatever. I don't know what they want to build. They bring their people from Adani to come and rule. Can you imagine yourself being searched by an Indian in your own land? For Christ's sake, they are controlling. We will be opening gates for colonial period. We will be welcoming back our colonizers. Are you ready to go back in that life of living as a slaves? We are living as tenants in our own land. Hey.
Thank you so very much, Toria. Actually, here in Etonga maximum injection. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that this movement needs numbers. Let's follow each other. Like tunafaa kufollow kila msee hapa, kwa sababu without numbers, we are going nowhere. Okay, Tito nani? Nilikuwa nimekuwa napoonyesha mkono. Tito Boraicho. Go on, then from wewe itakuwa Namnam. Namnam, mute your mic. Title, proceed. Hello Tito, uko hapo ama umelala? Okay, Namnam, take on.
Hello, unanisikia?
We can hear you, bro. Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Hey, like mimi nilikuwa nasema, hey bana, tumechoka na huyu mzee. Like tungesaka tu any means zenye tunaweza fanya like tumtoe kwa ofisi kabisa. Hiyo ndo njia pekee yenye tunaweza shida hii kitu. Hiyo ndo nilikuwa na. I'm done.
Thank you bro for your views. Na njia tu ya kumtoa pekee jamaa sahi ni streets. There's no other option. Njia tu pekee yake ni streets. The question is, are you guys ready? Because as for me, I'm always ready. I was born ready and I'm always ready. Mukisema ngwe, kwani sikoni ni kesho? Dr. Towe? Dr. Towich, are you there? Huyu ni kama amelala. Kenda, can you hear me? Kenda.
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Okay. For me, mimi naweza sema kama uko na connection ya kunifanya nikuwe Muslim, tike faster man, mimi nataka kuwa Muslim juu venye kunaelekea bana, hii Christianity, au ma Christians au ma pastors, sijui ni waite maumbo ama, because hatuwezi kuwa tunajenga inchi na we unapatiwa 10 million inchi yetu. Sisi raia tunaambiwa ati hatuna pesa, na 10 million inapatiano ijenge churches, na saa hizo kuna msi ako sick in hospital bed, ati ana kitanda kwa huku Kenyatta Hospital, hizi hospitali zetu bigi, ati hazina space, ati ndio upati, yani mgonjwa wako apate kitanda lazima abook. Yet tunaambiwa hatuna do, na 10 million Ruto amepatiana sijui 10 million kwa church gani hiyo inajengwa kwa Harambee. Rigiji akapatiana millions bado. Ndio hiyo Waiguru alikuwa ametumwa apatiane sijui 2 million na president kwa Harambee fulani alikuwa. Pastors, mnafikiria aje? Tunawalisha na sadaka, mnakula sadaka yetu, alafu after kukula sadaka mnakuja kupatiwa 10 million ndio mgonjwa ako hapa ako KU, yani hadi apati facilities, yani apati medication enough. Tunaambiwa madawa hakuna, na wewe kazi yako tu ni kupewa 10,000,000 kuliko useme hii 10,000,000 kuliko tujenge kanisa. Kanisa yezitibu mgonjwa, kanisa yezifanya hii barabara yetu hapa nje imeharibika sijui kaa nini itengenezwe. Kanisa sahii tu ni mingi hadi zinatuamsha usiku jia venye wanapiga kelele. Kaa uko na connection ya kuwa Muslim bana, tunifanye tu Muslim akina imam. Niko ready. Mi kwanza yangu ni by faith. Alafu tena
Wind up bro, wind up please. Kenda, wind up.
sa alafu tena historia enda Russia. Kenyans tuache kusahau haraka haraka. Kenyans afadhali, mi nawaombea tu tuweze kumemorize hizi vitu zote zina happen, zitufanye tukue na hasira. Angalieni ile story ya Kware, ule jamaa alishikwa hivyo tu akatoroka police station. Hiyo story iliisha hivyo.
Proceed. Austin, hebu mute your mic. Austin Ogola, please mute your mic. Thank you. Can proceed?
Okay, hiyo story ya Kware, huyo msee alihepa police station. Hiyo story iliisha hivyo. Hii nienda Russia, tunaambiwa ati watoi 70 walipotea. Hao watoi 70 walipotea na shorts na vest. Tunafaa tujiulize hizo maswali. Entrance zote zilikuwa zimefungwa. Hao watoi wangeenda aje kukojoa usiku? Hii kitu yote ilikuwa imeplaniwa. Hii si ati ni accident. Hii kitu yote ilikuwa imeplaniwa. Fire emergency exit ilikuwa imefungwa. Tuone vitu kama hizo wadau. Hao ni brothers zetu walidedia huko na tukanyamazia hiyo story. Sahii kwanza tunafaa kuwa vigorous vibaya sana. Tutoke kwa street. Kila msee atoke kwa street venye tulifanya ile 25th. Na itaishi remain history kwa hii country. Acha nipe next speaker. Asanteni.
Okay, can you guys answer me? I have a question, and it's if you saw the cop, Shakur the cop, the moment that man displayed his placard, no, he was taken action against and harassed, and even went ahead. They went ahead to follow him, trace him, that they wanna abduct him. He went through a lot. And he was even, I don't know, to kind of suspended from his work. After that, things went on. He even was taken to the court. Later, nothing, we don't know anything from there. But now we have the Inspector General, Masiangeli here. He has done whatever he has done. He has even ignored and taken for granted the court orders and the court calls he has ignored. And he is still acting to an extent that he has the authority to withdraw the security of the lawyer who sentenced him. Like, can you make me understand how these things relate? Because hii Kenya bana, mambo inachapwa design ingine mi sielewi. He should be suspended his duties as Inspector General the moment he was taken to court. Yeah, Real Joe, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Toria. Can you hear me? Okay. So basically, Toria, what you're asking is about Masengeli. Number one, what you should understand is this is just impunity at its best, being displayed right in front of our eyes. We are being shown what being in purportedly power is. This is not even an IG. This is an acting, and he has even authority. I don't know where he gets his authority from to just skip sermons. Number one, to just do whatever he's doing. He must be acting it must be acting on orders from somewhere above or something. We like saying orders from above. He's not acting on his own. So he could be working for other people. And this is what story I might have mentioned earlier, that you know what, if we have a parliament that is functional, parliament should review conduct of state officers. He's not even he's supposed even to be vetted, and you'll find that he'll be vetted maybe later on, and he'll even be given the job. This is someone who is supposed to be right now conducting himself in the highest professional standards as possible, because he needs the job. He's not yet having the job. He needs it. But what does he do? He has skipped sermons. He is then ensuring that this judge is going after the judge by withdrawing security. It is illegal. It is illegal to do that. It is only in Kenya. And this also boils down to what most of us have spoken about in these spaces, even previous speakers. We have allowed these kind of things to happen to us in this country. We have allowed these people to do this right in front of our eyes. We have allowed them. We have allowed them. Why am I saying you have allowed? Actually, as I answer you, let me also just give my submission within the answer. Let me tell you, Toria, we are not supposed to love our leaders. The people we have given responsibility to represent us, the people who are there in public service, we are not supposed to love them. Let's get that notion out of our head. We are not supposed to love them. It is the other way around. They are supposed to love us. Just by the mere fact that we have given them the opportunity to serve in those offices. So they are the ones who are supposed to love the people, not the people loving them. No, we should not love them. We should be there questioning them. We should be there putting them in check. We should be there ensuring that they work. They should be there working. They should be there ensuring they are the ones who are supposed to love us, not we loving them. And therefore, but what do they do? What do they do while they are there? They just display arrogance in our faces. They show us the mtadu. This is someone who is supposed to lead a police service. A police service. But this is someone who is being questioned on matters, disappearance of people, not goats. You know, if my chicken disappear from my house, I'm sure someone has eaten them. But these are human beings. Human beings don't just disappear. Human beings don't just disappear. So when you are asked about disappearance of people, you don't show up, you don't come to court, not once, not twice. Then when you are sentenced, it just serves you right. But what do? You want to show that you also have a position, and therefore you can also use your position to intimidate others. Then who has failed? The person who has failed is the person who should be reviewing all the conduct of the state officers, the parliament, the members of parliament. What do? They're there over the weekend talking about deputy president this, deputy president that, politics this, politics that. They do not do their actual work. of representation, representing the views of the people. The views that we have here, these are the views of the Kenyan people. When you find kila mtu anakuja hapa kwa space to talk about how they are disgruntled with the ongoing Adani deal, they don't like the way the government is treating them, they don't like the way the constitution is being handled, those are the views of the people, and that is what should be expressed at the legislature. But is that what is going on? No. And therefore, as I yield, I still go back to my previous point. We are supposed to be very selfish moving forward with our choice of leadership. We are supposed to be very selfish moving forward. We do not need to be very generous with positions of leadership. Those positions are supposed to be treated as sacred offices. Those are supposed to be leaders. And we are supposed to ensure there are people of high level of integrity, professionals. Okay? We have been treated, we are used to, right now, I am supposed to choose between Keoti Sonko and Didmas Baraza. I will never even subject myself to, I know Didmas Baraza does not deserve. Keoti Sonko deserves more than a million times. Didmas Baraza does not. But someone atamwonea huruma because he has been a lead. Unaonea mtu huruma, someone who will go there, and after ameenda hapo, he will display for you choppers and he will tell you, you know what, we members, you are giving someone an opportunity to go and earn more than 500,000. Money that where you who is giving this person an opportunity, you are not earning yourself. You're not earning that money. So you're not supposed to love that person. That person is supposed to love you. That person is supposed to love you. So these leadership positions, let us be very selfish with them. When we are giving out leadership position, when we want to select those who want to represent us, because it starts from representation. The people who we have chosen to represent us, those, if they don't represent us and they don't represent our views, everything goes wrong in a country. That is why we have CS Chirchir as a CS, someone who has been named in corruption before. That is how we have William Ruto, someone who has been mentioned in corruption. Do you know, in the build-up to 2022, William Ruto was named the most corrupt politician. He was. His wealth was questioned. He had issues previously of cases in ICC. They were not cases of chicken was killed or what. No, there were cases of people killed, people burnt in a church. And we still went ahead and selected this leader. Are we not seeing people being killed aimlessly? Are we not seeing today a grave in Kitengela? People, 7 people have been dug out from a grave. Yes. Why? Because we gave someone an opportunity who had history of killing people. He does not care who dies. He said it on national TV, on an international TV. He was asked about peaceful protesters. He said that, the police have their job. The police have a role to play. Which role do police have to play? Shoot protesters who are carrying flags, water. That is the role of the police, to shoot them, kill them. No, that is not their role. But he said it. He gave them that role to kill people, because that is what he does. That is what he does. If you elect killers, they will kill people. They will not work for you, they will kill you. If you elect a thief, they will steal money. That is what they do. There's nothing else they do. That is why they are pushing deals. I'm telling you, these people are pushing deals here and there. There's nothing going on in this country that is not a deal, that does not entail a kickback. This Adani we are complaining about already, they were given months ago. Sasa ndio watu wamegundua hiyo. No, months ago they were given the power line. The 440 kVA and the 220, they were given already. Karibu 90 million, another 150, they were already given those ones. Watu wameshakula kickback hapo. Hiyo imeenda hivyo hivyo. We are going next. So there's nothing that will ever come out from this sort of leadership. And I'm very sure that right now Kenyans have learned, and we are not going to complain about the mistakes we have made in the past before. Of course, me, I've never voted for William Ruto. I've voted twice for the other person, Raila. Not that, and right now, I would never make that mistake ever again. If I was supposed to be reversed, I would never. But we cannot go back to the past, and we cannot say those who voted for William Ruto are the ones who put us in these problems. They have learned from experience right now. What do we do moving forward? Let us be selfish with selecting the people we want to represent us. Let us be selfish in selecting leaders. Let us select the most blameless person. We have denied very brilliant people in this country leadership opportunities. The guys like Ekuro Aukot, we've denied them opportunities because they were not popular. Me, I voted for Raila because he was popular. I've known him ever since. But we've denied people who are, but we've given people who have history of corruption leadership position. And therefore, we should be selfish. Moving forward, let us be selfish. Let us not repeat these mistakes of giving these crooks opportunities. Let us not do that. Let us be very selfish with them. And we will never see someone like Masengeli, just an IG. Huyo anafaa kuwe gereza, sahi anafaa kuwe prison. He should not be then withdrawing security for an high court judge. An high court judge of all the places. This is just dragging our constitution in mud. In fact, it is stupidity in the highest order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And let me tell you this, never allow a word regret in your dictionary. You've injected very well, but let me tell you this, as far as we know very well that we are voting or we are blaming ourselves for having voted for Ruto, we all know that these people, they don't follow what we've done in the ballot. We all knew very well that Raila Amolo Odinga was the one who was leading, but when things turned out there in the Bomas of Kenya, Ruto was announced as the president. So as far as we are talking about voting or IEBC, we need to consider a way that we can make sure they don't tamper or interfere with our votes from the word go, from the ballot to the counting to the announcing of the results in the IEBC in the end. Actually, that's where we were messed up. And now it's not high time we blame or or we regret. No. Put that aside, focus. We all learn through mistakes. It's high time we rectify our mistakes and let them be lessons that will keep us moving forward. Thank you so much. So, Prince, are you there? Prince?
Yeah, I'm here today. Talk to me.
Okay, nice. So you will go after Nam. Oh my God, Nam.
No, wait a minute. There was this gentleman by the name Tito Boraicho. I saw him raising his hand, and he was not given a chance to speak. So maybe after Nam, then we go to Tito Boraicho. Is it okay? Okay.
Okay.
Nam, proceed. Hello, Nam, are you there? Nam, can you hear me? Nam. Okay, we go to Tito Borito and then to Austin. Tito, are you there? Tito Boraicho, can you hear me?
I see Nam's mic is on. I don't know if Nam, can you hear us? Nam.
Maybe he's having network issues, maybe.
Okay, Tito, are you there?
We go to Austin then. Then from there, I think Nam atakuwa ametengeneza amesort issue yake network. Austin, can you hear me?
Yes. Actually, I'm Austin, yeah. And I have some issues, Maze. You know, in Kenya today, like we youths, we don't have freedom life, unaona. Sahi it is hard in Kenya as their youth, unaona. The things happening in Kenya are not what we expected. So it is hard. You hear this and that, it is so hard. So what I can say is we youths, we can make this Kenya to be good if we unite together. Now, let not youths from Nairobi do demonstrations and this mashinani youths, they just listen. Let's unite them together. Youths come together. We speak one language so that we can press these people outside. We expose them. We do what we can do to them. Sahi, we fight. There's no eti sijui unafuata sheria. Sheria sahi hakuna, unaona? Hakuna sheria sahi. Sahi, it is freedom. We fight for freedom like before. We fight. The people will die to die, will remain and go continue good Kenya. No. But for now, Kenya is pathetic. We unite together as we youths. We press these people out. Hata sahi JKIA inauzwa manze. Naona vitu kama hizo sahi. Where will we go? So what I can say, let's unite as youths. We come together, we make even a very big party so that we can press these people outside. It is pathetic, Mazi. I'm going.
Who was next, Prince? Nam, you back?
I can see Namnam's hand, so let him proceed. Namnam. Tito, Boraicho. Tito, Boraicho. Twende kwa Kenda basi. Tukingoja mwingine. Kenda, endelea, naona umeonyesha mkono sana. Endelea Kenda. Kwani leo ni ile.
I think
Almost everyone,
network issues. So guys, we are around 100 people and we have only 15 reposts. Kindly, can you repost? Take a minute and repost the space. At least what we are join. We want all of us to have one voice. We come together to skizane bana. At least repost the space kindly. Just a minute. It will cost you nothing to repost the space.
Alafu after we repost, follow everyone who is here. You are truly Upper Principal speaking. Follow me, follow Toria, follow KOT, follow the real Joe, follow everyone. Like this fight needs numbers. We need numbers. For us to win this, we have to have numbers. Please, Dennis, you can proceed. Dennis Sandaski.
Okay, mi nilikuwa tuna jambo dogo niongezee tu hapo. Hii mambo ya kuongea social media sana na kwa ground hakuna kitu tunafanya, itatu waste. Unajua kuna msemo inasemanga the best means of defense is to attack. So tukikaa tu tunaongea social media 2027 ikam hawa watu bado wataiba kura. Saa hizi ID zimekuja mpya, hatunaenda ku register line, unasikia hati hiyo ID kuna line ilisha registriwa. Hii inamaanisha aje? ID zimeshachukuliwa, yani ni kama zimeprintiwa mara tatu, zimetengenezwa mara tatu. Juu yangu nasikia sijui Caroline Mutoka ndiye ako nayo vitu kaa hizo. Saba na 2027 tusidhani ati itakuwa rahisi Hawa watu wameshajipanga. Hawa politicians wote wameungana na hiyo 2027 tutaona moto kama tujajipanga. Hiyo ndio ukweli Tusiongee tu hapa kwa social media alafu kwa ground tumenyamaza. Action speak louder than words, unaelewa? Hawa watu tukibonga tu sana kuna kitu watasikia. Lazima tuingie kwa ground tuonyeshe. Sawa, hivyo tu.
Thank you so much. Kindly ukipanda hapa juu, if you wanna talk, please when you are called, respond as soon as possible. At least kama uongei, we drop. And okay, ama you drop yourself so that we can accept new speakers. We wanna hear people's view. Our today's topic is Anguka na Ruto, #Ruto must go. And remember, our host Mabonga is using data, so we have data support number there. Kindly, let's support our own Mabonga so that we can keep the space running. Thank you. Prince.
Yes, can you hear me? Toria, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think from Dennis was African. African, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, proceed, bro.
Thank you so much. I think this is my first time sharing on this space. KOT, you're doing a good job, and I salute the effort of revolution that you've put in place. And everyone else. My name is African, or Khan. I want to share about Imambo ya Dani. I think guys, tunachukulia kitu lightly. Ni kama ile Occupy JKN will happen last week. That was the end of it. We need to make the government officials aware that we should make them aware that we know where their properties are. So if anyone who is able to make zile flyers occupy kitu kama nitwaje Weston, inafaa we rally behind Weston tuseme if JKIA is given to Adani, we occupy Weston kama mbaya because JKIA belongs to Kenyans, but Ruto wants to make it a personal property. So if he's going to give away what belongs to us, we have to make sure we deal with what belongs to him. Because if we continue taking things lightly hapa, we are selling our future. You know, Ruto and co, they're already done. Like our jamaa wamefika ma 60s and huko. Most of us are either in our mid 20s or mid 30s, early 30s. The future is ours. We are the current adults of this country. Na tukiendelea kuacha wazee wenye wanaenda kukufa even after 30 years. Unajua hiyo Adani deal ni ya 30 years. After 30 years Ruto will not be there. If we allow these people to give us a future of slavery, tutajilaumu sisi wenyewe. We have the energy, we have the numbers. It is time tuanze commercial wase. Tusiongee ni kama vitu ni normal, because what I hear wase wanaongea tu is like vitu ni normal nini. History ya JKA should be the start of the second revolution. Now this time if kama kuna msee wa KAA mwenye anawaka hapa, mwenye ako kwa group, jamaa wa airport, this time mkianza hiyo story ya occupy, msikubali story ya mnaambiwa let's go and have negotiation. We know what the government did last time. Wakati walisema okay, Gen Zs tumewasikia, we are having give us time, tumewasikia. What did they do? Walirudi na wakafanya the same things we told them not to do. Hata JKA ase wame strike last week, wameambiwa mnyamaze kidogo, we are sorting out. Alafu nasikia ni kama Adani pia wamepewa mambo ya Kenya Power, all those things. And we are quiet guys. Tuna allow wase wenye watakuwa up in the next 30 years could destroy our 30 years huko mbele. We should not accept it. We should not accept it. We should not accept it kabisa kabisa. Mi naomba wase wa graphics waanze kutengeneza flyers za occupy hizi property za jamaa. Kama unajua property ya mtu yote, a politicians penye iko, hizo flyers zaanza kutengenezwa, occupy Weston, occupy manifest, hizo magari, so that they know we are not joking about this thing. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death. Kama kina Dedan Kimathi wangenyamaza, yeah, kama wangestuliwa na wazungu, yeah, it was only a few guys huko Central waliamua kuungana and they liberated the entire country. Hata kama watu Eldoret wata to join kwa hizi maandamano, watu wa Nakuru, if all of us who are in Nairobi can bring our efforts together and hold this government at ransom, we will liberate this country. Because mtu asikuambie tunangoja 2027 bro. It is over man. It is over. It is over. Mtu asikuambie tunangoja 2027. Mtu asiwaambie kitu kama hiyo. By 2027 we will not have any capacity to bring any change. Most of us when wamekuwa kwa hizi maandamano watu wanashikwa. Yeah? Saizi naona tu wasa wanashikwa, but we are not, you know, we salute us wenye wamekuwa kutengeneza hizo flyers. Tunawasalute sana. And we urge you guys, unajua nyinyi ndio match yetu ya internet, like you're the ones like who speak the digital language. So tukisikia tu mse yote ameshikwa, kama anasikia anaitwa nani Njagi hasa wa Kitengela, right now inafaa tuko tuna push hizo ma hashtag na hizo ma flyers, na tuseme our next maandamano tuna combine occupy JKIA na free sio wenye wameshikwa. It is not fair at all. It is not fair at all. Na tusikeni kama things are okay. Tusikeni kama things are okay. Tusikeni kama things are okay. At kila siku tunakuja hapa tunakuwa na nitwaje easy joint conversations. Kila siku tunakuja tunaongea the same things. Tunaongea the same things. No. Inafaa tukimaza kama hii conversation ya leo, hizo flyers zitengenezwe. Free somebody, occupy JKIA, occupy Weston. Hizo properties zao wase watasikia uchungu sasa tumeanza kushika vitu zao. Cause hata hizo vitu zao wanasema ni zao, wamenunua na pesa zetu. Those are our monies wase. Those are our monies. Sasa hizi una struggle kufungua biashara ku make profit because even the sellers ama the buyers unatarajia hawana cash flow. Hawana cash flow kwa nini? Because there are few people in government wamehold pesa. Na hizo pesa zinafaa zikuwe zinazunguka. Vile Morala alikuwa anasema jana, unaenda bank kuitisha do, huwezi pesa kuna
Unakatika bro. Hapa ni mimi pekee nasikusikii. Toria, can you hear?
Sorry. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Nilikuwa nimepigiwa. Sorry. Someone called me. So nasema right now inafaa tukue personal. We start focusing on attacking these guys. Digital wise, you know, we just mess with their mentals. Digital wise, kama msee anajua kuhack systems za jamaa, we start hacking those systems. Like let us cause terror in their lives. Wasikuwe comfortable ku move around. Unaniget? Hata kama mtu anaweza kaamua ana book, mtu aende kuamua ana book Weston, ama someone aende ku book Weston as a guest, naenda cause fracas huko. Kwani iko nini? We cannot be quiet wase. Tusichukulie hizi vitu lightly. Mimi nawaambia tu haezi kuwa ati mababu zetu they fought for our freedom so that our current leaders can sell us back to slavery. That one cannot be our case and we should refuse. Mimi nawaambia wase wenye wako below 35, anyone who is below 40 here, our future is being sold back to slavery. Vitu yenye nafaa tukue tunapata kwa bure in the near future, tutakuwa tunalipia vitu kama education. Education is supposed to be free. Tutakuwa tunalipia vitu kama healthcare. You know, NHIF ndio imeuliwa. So that hizi vitu za shift tutakuwa tunalipia a specific individual. Mwindi anakuja hapa kutu control na amekataliwa even in their own country. Adani hawakubaliwi huko. Australia imewakataa. Yeah? Bank za introje huko Europe, bank za Europe ina freeze ma account za. Alafu sisi tunakuja kuziwa hapa uongo. Ati Adani is a good thing, they have the capacity. Oh, they want to control us mse. Hapana, it cannot happen. So I'm just urging all of us tusiongee ni kama vitu ziko sawa, and let us not be comfortable just coming here tunaongea tu vitu hapa every day and we're not seeing anything. Let us use this platform. Najua ni kazi, but I believe everyone amepewa koli yake hapa. Mse kama KOT naonanga nitengeneza hizo flyers vizuri sana. Don't burn out, and I pray that God will renew your strength and renew your focus for this struggle. Mimi naomba wasee sisi wote mjue, as much as we are in this struggle, God is with us. Mtu asiwayo danganya ati tunafanya peke yetu. God ako na sisi, and I'm praying for everyone that we shall not grow weary, we shall not grow weak, that our strength shall be renewed every day until we liberate this country. We are not too young to win this war. We are not too weak to win this war. So tushikane wase, and let us keep that focus. We have to liberate this country no matter what. Right now, twende personal. Tuanze occupy properties za wase. Wherever they are, they should not be at peace to move around. That is the only way they know that we are serious. But tukiendelea tu kufanya tu hivyo, tunaona tu sasa ati tunangoja because wamesema we have to form a committee, tunangoja wa form committee. No. They are joking with our properties, and it is time we start joking with our properties too. That is period. Hiyo ndio mimi nasema. Asanteni wase. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so very much. Actually, you have very spoken well. We go to Honorable what? Mwangale Agneta. Are you there? Honorable Mwangale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Proceed, Mama.
Thank you for this. This evening, I'm a very disappointed Kenyan youth. Like the information at my desk, I'm very sure most of you have gotten this information about the new funding model in universities. You know, I'm a student, and of course, it really affects me. Like it really pinches me. You know, getting to know that everything that is being done in this country is a scam. Now, it has been gazetted that the committee that must go formed had proposed that it will be formed to review, I don't know, to discuss about the new funding model so that the students should ease the protest. What happened? Of course, we were having some series of meetings with the PSS, the CS. Even we had a meeting at KICC with the president himself. And what he said, like, Aki, I'm very sure that man has no good intentions and has no intention of changing anything that he has started. Like, he's a very determined man to do what he wants, like what he really thinks he wants to do, and what he really thinks it can happen the way he wants it to happen, then he has no intention of changing it. If he had decided to leave that JK, it's going. And he's not even backing off. So imagine some students, like, you know, maybe if I would be very comfortable if I'll see like all universities have been represented equally. But now, shockingly, we have some very notorious student leaders across universities that are being paid to do what they want them to do. So they're the same people who have been constituted in that committee. And what I'm expecting out of that thing is that they are going to accept that thing in totality, and they're not going to reject anything. And of course, as you've been seeing us everywhere saying, oh, reject this new funding model, because we have seen and we can see how bad that thing is. It's a monster that is going to deny us chance to be in university once again. Like if you're thinking to take a second degree or anything else, or you're thinking that your kid will be in university, it's going to be a dream that will never come true. So, like,
please, just a minute.
now,
Madam Magali, please, just a minute. Attention everyone, as you can also see that ni Kiotem host space na hatumii wifi juu haiko kwa nyumba, anatumia bundles. Namba yake ndio hiyo hapo, tafadhali naomba tumsupport. Anything 10 bob, 5 bob, 10 bob, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 bob, anything. You can also buy data direct to his number. Namba iko hapo juu tafadhali, so that we keep this thing running juu data yake kisha sote tutakuwa hii space ikumenisha itaisha. So tafadhali tuanguke na yeye kwanza, halafu tu proceed. Mwangali ukiendelea, the rest of us let's do the Lord's work please.
So, like, I don't even kwenye alikuwa nimefika, but I'm telling you what has happened, and that's what's been happening. And I don't know how we are, I don't know what we are thinking, that you're just being told, you know, you wait, I'm doing this so that he can accommodate 1, 2, 3 things. Na tunajua vizuri tunaenda kuoshwa, but we are silent about these things. Now see what has happened. In fact, it has been gazetted, like it's on public domain. And these people, they're saying they're going to review, or but let me confirm the exact information about this thing. Like they're saying, the National Working Committee on Review of New Funding Education Funding Model is hereby established, that the committee shall comprise the following 4 work streams and subcommittees. The work stream or the review and refinement of the new funding model for university and technical vocational education and training institution, that is TVETs. The work stream on appeals arising from categorization of students into various eligibility bands for allocation of scholarships and loans. The work stream on structures of student loans, and the work stream on the review of the cost of university academic program. Like, we should not even be thinking of reviewing or renewing or remanufacturing anything that is punitive in this country, because as we all know, like, was pulled. What happened? We saw with our own eyes that you cannot trust anything in this country, especially what our president is trying to tell us. That the committee has been formed to review, to see now, you know, people when you in a wrong band, to be placed in a different band, you know. These are students who were never involved in anything to do with funding model. They have just been brought in when everything is a mess, and they want to also include them in this mess again. So, like, I'm wondering, what is the meaning of the word reject? Like, if there are students, and of course, I'm very sure there are people in this space that they're listening and they are pro-government, and of course, there are even some who are in the same committee in this space. When we said we don't want that finance bill because it could not even, like, we cannot even afford to like, I don't know, like, kama tumekataa kitu, if we don't want something that is not working, we should not even think about reviewing or doing anything about it. It's tunaanguka nayo, that is it. So you will see by tomorrow, I'm very sure it will be all over news everywhere. Wherever you see that thing, we don't want review. Mimi, I've posted on my handle on my X account, we don't want that thing. Totally, we don't want it, because it cannot be even reviewed, because we have had more than 5 meetings and there is nothing. Like, they cannot even, like, they don't listen to advise these people. They cannot be advised. In fact, when you try to advise them, you become an enemy. And when you become an enemy, now they'll start hunting you. But you're just telling the truth and what you feel. This is a free country. This is a democratic country. Like, everybody has a right to speech and, you know, expression. So, like, what are we going to do really? If all these things, the model, the CSG, like everything is going amiss in this country, what are we going to do as a young nation, a young generation? What are we going to do? Now that we said, now the Adani thing, the Adani thing is bad, so they went ahead and told us, we're going to do some, I don't know, public participation and what and what. Like, really, we know it's a scam that is not going to happen. There is nothing important at the workers to wait. There is something, there are some consideration of being made. Where? We know they are not. But next time we should not listen to all these committees and this nonsense. Tukisikia tu ni story ya committee, just know it's bullshit. Juu your committee, you're not even going to be part. In fact, you won't know who are the people in that same committee. And of course, they will choose whoever they want to represent us. Like, for example, we youths in this country, the same person that we never wanted him at all, because he was underperforming and he was doing just nonsense in a position of CS, was brought back to even be our own representative.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwe inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.